Hi, everybody. Welcome to Players and Creators Lost My Delver. Yeah, just we got a couple of quick announcements. You might actually see some strange things on the stream tonight. Just wanted to explain some of them. The first one, the big one, is that unfortunately Doc will not be able to join us this evening. One of the things that I always tell my players and any good DM should be doing is that real life always comes before games. As much fun as we're having here, real life always comes first. So, unfortunately, hopefully he'll be able to join us again next week. But until then, we're sending a lot of positivity and love to him, and hope that he comes back as soon as he. Um, the the next thing is you might see some additions to the actual stream as well. So you'll see in, let me see, damn, right there. You'll see up in the upper left hand corner, you'll see Patreon patrons, Twitch subs, YouTube subs. Those are actually our sub goals, right? And I'm going to tell you what all those mean. So the Patreon patrons, we have 4 patrons, and the goal is 25. And for when we hit 25 patrons, we will be creating a community created NPC. So essentially, what that means is once we hit the 25 goals, I will send out a link to everybody. This NPC will be specifically for our Wild Mount campaign, our Thursday campaign. Um, and that link will go to a survey. And that survey will basically, you'll ask, anybody can fill it out. And it'll basically be what race, what sex, what character class, all of those like nitty gritties of creating something. Then on when all of that is done, on a talking with the DM, we will all get together and fine tune that NPC, and the NPC will be placed into the campaign. That'll be all based on all of you, what you guys want to do. After that, once we hit the 25 patrons on Patreon, uh, there'll be another goal to do the same exact thing for this campaign. Um, so if you're saying, "Oh man, I want to create an NPC for this campaign and not the other campaign," well, you gotta get us to that one first, our first goal, so we can get to this one. And yeah, that is absolutely another way you can help support the stream and all the content that we're doing. Is you can be a Patreon patron, and there are a lot of different. There's like merch that you can get. There's a lot of different things that you can get that just subscribing here on Twitch won't be able to get you. But if that's not your bag, if you don't want to do any Patreon, we have a Twitch sub goal, right? So right now we have 16 subs. We're looking to get to 100. Every 100 Twitch subs that we get, we will be giving you. We'll be doing a giveaway for a 3D printed statue about 3 inches tall, random, of one of the PCs, either in this game or in our other game. So that's up to, we have 5 players in this one. We have 7 players in it. That's up to 12 different types of random 3D printed minis that you can actually get. So that's that goal for our Twitch. Uh, and then we have our YouTube subs. I'm gonna be very honest. I'm still having a hard time coming up with a goal for that. Suggestions are always great, but we do have a YouTube page. Right now, we're using it to put on streams. So if you've missed any of our of streams of any of our games, you will be able to catch up and be caught up on all of that if you're kind of coming in the middle. Um, but I'm definitely in the works of doing exclusive YouTube content right now. But it's very much in its infancy, so I don't want to say too much. But we're looking, at the very least, we want to get to YouTube, our YouTube subs to get to 100, because then it won't be like a weird number, series of numbers and letters. We can actually make it youtube.com/players and creators. So if you get a chance, just jump into our YouTube and hit the subscribe. It's really gonna help us out a lot. And that's shit. Yeah. So any help that you can be, any support that you can give us in helping us to reach our goals, that'll be great. And also, I always am remiss about doing this in both this campaign and the others. So I'm going to take a moment and say thank you so much to our mods who are constantly on top of everything, interacting with the chat, and just doing the good work that unfortunately none of us can do because we are playing make believe. Uh, so so thank you so much to our mods, especially my personal mod, my beautiful, lovely wife, Mama Shady. Thank you so much. And yeah, so I'm always remiss about doing that. I'm very very sorry about that. But thank you to all of them. Um, yeah. All right. So that's all I got. So that we are ready to hop in a session. Let's get some as we pick up from our last session. The group had begun to make their way to the mining town of Findalen, making their way first south from Neverwinter and then eventually turning onto the Tribord Trail. They are escorting a number of goods for a Gundren rock seeker who had met them in Neverwinter through various different means, reaching out to the different groups that our heroes belong to. They agreed to take on this task with the promise of more work. However, when turning onto the Tribord Trail, they came across what seemed to be two dead horses in their way on further inspection. Turned out the horses seemingly belonged both Gundren Rockseeker and his human companion, the Lord's Alliance, Sildar Hallwinter. It was after making that discovery that they were soon set upon by what became obviously a trap, an ambush by a number of goblins. Goblins were summarily dispatched through various means. Um, one of them became a smoking husk in the back of trying to hide in the back of your wagon, while the others just became just one of them being crushed by a bloody, torn up horse. Not gonna get into how that happened. Just gonna have to see the other stream to figure it out. I will say yes, absolutely. Bocek had something to do with that. Um, However, one got away, and upon defeating the ambush and taking a moment to look around, you found that there were drag marks of what seemed to be these two individuals eating away from. You hid the cart with all of the goods and the oxen, um, made your way to what seemed to be some kind of cave entrance, where two unattentive goblins were talking amongst themselves about how the one that got away came back without came back empty-handed. The boss was going to have something to do about that. They were easily dispatched. Made your way into the cave and found a small cavern. A stream running through this cave entrance. The cavern on the right side, led to what Bocek thought were puppies, but seemed to be very emaciated wolves, who were chained up, and not really well taken care of. Bocek made friends with these puppies. Made sure everyone in the group was made aware of how to do the same, which they did successfully. And currently, you are all in this cavern, with these wolves who are now just kind of chewing on some rations and eating, but very very much calmer than they were initially upon entering this cavern. And that's where we are. So I believe when we left off that a number of you were interested in kind of searching the cavern and figuring out, getting a lay of it. So anybody who would like to do so can make an investigation check. Um,
I got an 11.
So did I.
12.
12.
wow, 11, 11, 12, 12. Okay. So wait, so who were the 12s? It was Bocek and Drovar, right? Yeah, all right. So Gorpal and Basha, you're definitely trying to check out, the cavern. Shug had cast light, I believe, and so there is some light going on in the cavern at the moment. So you do have a pretty good. None of you are actually like using your dark vision. Those who have. Basha, for you, this is definitely. However, Gorpal and Basha, you are kind of, um, while looking around, still a little reticent with these very, very large wolves, um, kind of like not just eating, but they're staring at all of you. So you're not really able to make out much, other than you can see kind of like bones and refuse on the ground around where the wolves are. Um, you're actually not making your way past the wolves, which there is some more to the cavern who are kind of like, yeah, we got this side, fine. Um, Bocek and Drovar, however, you two are perfectly fine, with kind of like moving around, not really caring about what the wolves do. They seem to be calm. It's not a problem. You make your way towards the back of the cavern behind the wolves, and you actually see what looks like a more refuse, more bones, tattered cloth, broken pieces of wood. Like, just it seems to be piling up, and the pile is kind of like at its highest against the side of the wall. And as you both get closer and look, you can actually see this this large opening hole. And as you're standing there, just for a moment, you hear something like a, and then you watch as what looks like a bone of with just like some bristle on it just kind of falls down this hole. Yeah, you
From,
looking,
from above.
yeah, from above. You can't,
Okay, yeah.
yeah, you can't actually see. Like, it's still like it's dark in this cavern, and there's no light, wherever the top of this be. But you definitely, start to hear this falling of something, and then watch as this bone with gristles falls down on top of the pile.
Okay.
Once the sorry, go ahead.
One question. I have dark vision. Is the light interfering with that so I can't see up there? Like, if I ask the others to cover the light for a second, will I get a better view of what's above, or is it just out of range?
No, yeah, it's just, let me just check real quick. Yeah, it's just you can see, yeah, with your dark vision you can see it up to 60 feet, and it's still slightly like it's just dark past your dark vision. You don't see anything. The light is not obscuring. Like, you can actually
Okay.
just stick your head in, still look up, and it keeps going dark after 6.
Right. But something, a a eaten bone came tumbling down.
Mm-hmm.
Once the bone hit the floor, then do Warple and I also hear that or notice it, or are we just totally distracted on our side and they've got that?
Oh, no, you hear something. You at where Bocek and Drova are. You definitely hear like a. This is a large cavern. It's not super echoey, but there is an echo to everything that's kind of happening. Thankfully, the stream that is cutting through the cavern seems to be covering a lot of it. But once you actually left the area with the stream, the sounds became a little more. But you did hear something fall.
Okay. I turn back to the group and and then I pick up the bone and I motion to Boshek, come with me, and we head back to the group. And I show it to everyone. It's like, this just fell from a hole up there somewhere.
A hole, you would
Oh.
say?
Well, something's up there. It's too high up for me to tell, but looks freshly gnawed. My guess is somebody's dropping things down and the wolves get the scraps. But they really taken the scraps off of this one. But there's somebody up there. Something's up there.
Do you want us to get up there?
Well, I look over at Gorple. It's like, you're able to climb pretty much anything, right?
I mean, as long as it's climbable, and I imagine that is.
Yeah, it looks, from what I can see, I think, with those little pads you got, looks like you'd probably be able to get up there. And there's plenty of noise. If you could take a peek, see if it's worth us trying to make it up there.
And if it's worth it, I can always secure a rope if I get to something that's securable.
Aye.
Okay. I'll
I
kind
have-
of.
Okay.
I'll
No,
wait for
go
my-
ahead. I have other idea, but I'm not sure if you want me to do it, because if I do it, I don't think I would have enough strength to fight if we come across anything. But I could float us up there on disc. Well, maybe not all of us. And I look at Bocek. Bocek, how much you weigh?
About 380?
I-
380.
All right,
Yeah,
I-
380.
Okay, I can't float all of us up, but I might be able to float like 2 of you up on disc. That I use it to carry bassinets of children around behind me while I'm doing chores and things. What is it, tensors, floating disc, something like that? But I could float you up if you would rather than climb rope. Or you could climb rope. It's up to you.
Well, I don't have a problem climbing. Shug's armor is going to be a bit noisy. I don't know.
Shug just nods and he's like, "Yeah, it's gonna be a little tight." And you look, and yeah, like it looks like Bochek and Shug can maybe like Winnie the Pooh themselves through this. It's gonna be tight for both of them because of how big they are, but for the rest of you, it shouldn't be an issue.
I
Well-
mean, if I get to the top and we don't know where it is, but it might have the same river flowing through it, that would cover anyone ascending, including Shug and Bocek.
The disc might be good for Shug, then he wouldn't have to move and make the noise. But why don't you, if you can take a look up there, let's see what we're dealing with. I mean, if we can't all get up there, it's pointless, but we might know what's ahead.
Okay.
I like
For it.
this plan.
I'll only say this though: if there's no light in the room that I'm climbing to, I won't be able to see, and I'm not going to bring a light with me.
Right. Well, Drovar, cracks his knuckles and like, I can see in the dark. I'm not wearing any armor I could give.
I mean, I could go with you if you want. It doesn't hurt me to climb. It will just you'll just be a little slower.
All right. How about we both go up there, and then we'll see if there's any light. If you're starting to see light, then you can go on ahead. If not, then I'll try to get up to the top and see what we see.
Okay.
All right, so Drovar, you're gonna give it a shot, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Checking my athletics, I'm like, oh, I got a nice number on there.
Yeah, perfect, because that's what I need you to roll. Roll me an athletics check.
A unnatural 20.
Without issue, you just kind of like, you put your sword, you just start kind of like grabbing in there, grabbing into the sides, and easy enough. Like there are so many jagged, like pieces of rock just kind of sticking out. It's not carved out by any means, so there's a lot of handholds and footholds in here. And with your strength, it's not an issue.
Cool.
So so you easily kind of scurry your way up. The rest of you just watch as Drovar just very quickly just disappears up this shaft.
And I follow behind him.
Okay, make an athletics check for me.
I have a climb speed that normally ignores those checks.
That's are correct. So yeah, without issue, just suction cupping his way up the wall without a problem, following up behind Drovar. Drovar, you get up to about 50 to 60 feet up, and with your dark vision, as you're climbing up and you're checking, you can actually see what looks like this. It comes to an abrupt. Make a perception check.
Okay. That's a 14.
14, yeah. You start looking and you're like, this doesn't make any sense. Somebody dropped something from here, and you start looking and you immediately you can see this lip, and you realize that somebody probably just pulled this rock or whatever it is over, and with one hand you just kind of start moving over. Make a. This is gonna be sleight of hand. Sleight of hand.
Okay. Ooh, 15.
Nice. Yeah, so almost with no sound whatsoever, with the occasional small, tiny pebble just falling past you, not hitting any of the sides. You start shoving this rock to the side, and now you can actually see as this rock has moved to the side, there is a light. There's some kind of very very dim light in this area now. Kind of peek your head, and immediately around this hole, especially where you just shoved this rock to the side, you can see more refuse, bones, wood, cracked wood, tattered cloth, just all around this hole. Then you can see like a stalagmite, kind of, sticking out, almost maybe 5 feet in front of you. Start to get up out of the hole very, very slowly. Make your way behind the stalagmite. Gorple, you are following behind him. You see everything I just described. It's super dark until he moves the rock, and then you can see this kind of light glow. Very, very. You follow him up. You see him actually go behind the stalagmite. Both of you make a perception.
That's a 6.
21.
Grovar.
Big rock right in front of me.
Yeah. This rock. It's just like, in your mind, you're going, always fucking rocks. Gorple, you do get a little bit better eyesight as you climb up, and you kind of like stay a little bit on the wall. You don't go all the way up, and you can see that the walls are about maybe 6 to 7 feet high, but you don't go that high. You kind of stay like at a medium side. You look, and you can see some shadows that seem to be around like a fire pit. Fire is very, very low. You see two shadows. You can't make them out because of the fire, but one is massive. Definitely not a goblin, humanoid in some way. You definitely can see arms, 2 arms, 2 legs, kind of hunched over this fire. The other shadow, considering the friends you just made down below, you can see that the shadow is very similar. But you can both hear what sounds like the crunching of something. It sounds like it's eating sound, but it's very, very hard crunch. And that's what you two out.
Do we hear the sound of this water, like while up here?
Rovar doesn't, but Gwarple, you can just barely hear sounds of rushing water coming from somewhere outside of this area.
But I don't think it would like cover people climbing, or
It might. You're not sure.
okay. I will try to stealthily like hook a loop into my rope to put it over you said stalagmite, right? The bottom one.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of just slowly put it on, if I can.
Make a survival check for me. This will just determine how well you're able to do this and tie it off and get it exactly what you.
Okay, I got a 4.
I draw my axe just in case we suddenly need to. If we're discovered, I'm just ready to, defend.
Gotcha.
I got a 14.
14. Without issue, yeah, you're able to kind of like tie it up. The stalagmite has like about 3 or 4 points that are kind of sticking up. So you kind of determine the strongest one. You're able to tie the rope off without a problem. Kind of tug it a few times, just sure. Seems good.
All right, I'll get really close to Drovar, and I'll be like, I see a large fellow and what seems like a wolf. There might be more shadows. I'm going to quickly scurry down to get the others if you want to stay up here. And so I'll drop the rope down the refuse tube, and I will then double move to the bottom.
Okay. All right, no problem. So Bocek, Basha, you see immediately. Actually, not immediately. So they're gone for about maybe 5-10 minutes or so, and then you watch as like just a piece of rope just drops down in the middle, and then not too shortly after, Gorbel just making his way, kind of sticking his head out of the bottom.
You scare me. You scare me, Frogman.
So there's a large fellow, roughly the size of Bocek up there, or at least the shadow looked like that, and a mean, or I don't know, but some sort of animal, likely a wolf. Drovar's up there hiding behind a stalagmite. I dropped a rope, so if you want to climb up behind us, I'm gonna go up there and as quickly as I can, just in case they hear you climbing, we can then, spring in attack before they react.
You want me to attack big creature as soon as up top, or
My preference would be everyone to get up top, and then we'll figure that out. There is light up there, so you can put out your torch.
Okay.
As soon as you say that, Shug goes, "All right," and then the light that he summoned goes out.
Can someone hand me rope? I can't see rope.
Question: how much room is there between the stalagmite? Yeah, G for ground. Yeah, stalagmite and the space that we're coming through. So how many could fit there before we are forced out into the open? It's not. Is there room for the whole party to kind of like single file back there?
Not really. If you had to guess, you'd probably say you could definitely get Gwarple up, Basha. Bocek or Shug would be a tight squeeze, but one of them would probably still be waiting inside until somebody moved out of that area.
Okay. Well, maybe we have Shug, kind of bringing up the rear since he's the loudest. He's sort of the one who has the most likely chance of raising the alarm.
I mean, I know I can't talk to you in game, but I was going to suggest Shug last because of armor.
Shug was like, "Oh yeah, no, absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no way I'm going up first. They'll hear me in 2 seconds."
Bocek, may I go up first?
I was going to say, maybe you ride Bocek back while I climb. I ride Bocek shoulder while I climb.
Is there room?
I was like, the tunnel's tight to Warren, so she might be able to go above you, and you could boost her.
That work. I have the powerful build feat, so like carrying things and people, I count as a size larger.
That's cool.
As far as encumbrance goes, so like boosting her up or helping her climb would not cause issues for me climbing.
Okay. But you can see that Gwarple is correct. Like you get up to it and you can see that, oh no, like you are definitely going to be able to squeeze yourself in, nothing on your back. Like it's just got to be you and nothing else.
Pasha, I suggest using the rope to help. It'll make your progress faster. Bocek, you look big enough that you could probably just shimmy up there, but if you need to, you can also use the rope. It's pretty secure. And at that, I scramble back up.
Yep, I grab the rope. Well, after I scramble for the rope and I find it with my hands, I will start on up.
Okay. So Gwarple, you make your way back up. As you get there and you're kind of like waiting next to Drovar, I need the two of you to make stealth checks for me, please. Warple?
Oh, that's an 8.
Ooh, Drovar?
Am I making a stealth check? You say?
Stealth
Yes.
check, yeah.
I rolled one because I misheard you. But
5.
5.
Oh no.
It's fine. Everything's fine. Don't worry. Everything's
Nice, no
fine.
yards. I'll hold the line.
So Gorple comes up next to you, and as Gorple comes up next to you, Drovar, you're holding on to one of the tops of the stalagmites every time you kind of go over, and as Gorple touches you, and you just break it off, and see it's Gorple, drop it immediately, and you both hear a loud sound.
ow.
No, it doesn't go.
Oh, we've killed her.
Immediately, the eating sounds stop, and you hear you can both hear as the wolf shadow kind of gets up from what looks like it was laying down, and you can see now it is much larger than the wolves from down below.
Okay. Just a question. When you say larger, as in it's well fed, or it's a larger creature, like a size category? Like
Again, with the shadows, it seems to be more filled out and larger in size than the ones below. But again, it could be a trick of the light. You're not entirely sure from the distance that but it seems that way.
okay.
The hulking humanoid figure doesn't stand up, but then just none of you understand what he's saying. And the wolf figure just continues to sniff and starts sniffing around.
So I want to signal to Drovar. I kind of put up a finger. Chris, I'm going to pull out my pendant, and I'm going to whisper the true nature and the true name of the wolf. And I'm going to cast Animal Friendship from 30 feet away.
Okay. All right. I will say this is going to be more, make another stealth check, and this stealth check is specifically to see if you can keep your voice low enough that they both don't know where it's coming from.
That's a natural 20, so that's a 25.
Okay. So immediately, the wolf starts sniffing around and slowly it looks like it's making its way towards your area. And Drovar, you're just kind of looking at the side, and you're like, all right, you're ready for anything to happen.
I'm white knuckled on the axe, just like, okay, here we go, baby. Yeah. Just waiting. But he says, hold. I'm like,
yeah. And immediately the wolf figure, just kind of like sniffs around. Do I have to make a check for that?
Yep. I need a DC 12 wisdom save.
All right. Okay. The wolf sniffs around. Seems to be coming towards both of you. Stops for a moment as Gorple finishes his invocation. Shakes its head. Shakes its body really quick. And then begins to growl.
Didn't work, I don't think.
You gather and you can feel that the effect did not take hold. And then it continues to sniff around, but it still seems as if they don't know where the noise is coming from. So while it does that, it begins to growl. It immediately shifts its direction away from the two of you, but continues to sniff and growl as if it's searching, but is not coming towards you.
okay. I think we're holding. How long do we think? Because Gorple moves pretty quick. How far behind do we like? Drovar does not know how long it's going to take other people to come up. He knows they're coming.
Right.
He's like just trying to wait it out as long as possible before but the moment either of those two figures look like they know we're here and start like if the humanoid or whatever looks like it's about to call for help, I'm just gonna run out and try to put my axe in his head before he gets to that point.
Gotcha.
But I'm just waiting for that.
Right? Yeah, no worries. Again, at this moment, the humanoid has not moved. It has stopped eating. It seems to be attentive. And again, you can't see much from the firelight. It's actually like blocking, making it more shadow than anything else. But not taking any aggressive action. It seems to be waiting for the wolf something. But at this moment, it's at this moment that Basha, you are making your way up. Now, how are you making your way up? Are you actually climbing the rope, or
using the rope? But I'm gonna say like both wall and rope. Like I'm using the rope to pull me up, but also like using the footholds that I find.
Okay.
So I'm not just climbing the rope, if that
Okay.
makes sense.
Make it an athletics check. Athletics check.
Well, that's a 19, and because of my strength, that's a +0, so that's a 19.
19's not bad. 19's not bad. So you actually the rope is immensely helpful in this, because when you actually don't find a foothold, you're able to kind of pull yourself up a little bit till you do, and without issue, you are able to scurry your way up. And it's at this point where you kind of stick your head out and you begin to climb out. You see both Gorpal and Drovar very, very tense, kind of intently looking in a direction, and they make your way out. And Drovar and Gorpal and Drovar actually kind of turn very quickly and look and just,
I was gonna say, do you want me to make a stealth check now that I'm up at the top?
not yet.
Okay.
Make your way out of the hole. Kind of move off to this. Check. You are making your way up. It is a very, very tight fit. So tight, in fact. Yes.
So Bocek is going to walk into the chute and like see which parts of his shoulders are hitting the sides, reach into his food sack and take some of like the bacon fat back and rub it on like the shoulders and his beer gut and his back and anywhere that would be hitting the sides of the tunnel to lube himself up.
Okay.
Nice.
Yeah, without question, yeah, you just start kind of like greasing yourself up, getting yourself ready for this. This is not the first time you've been at a tight squeeze, which is strange for an individual of your size. But you know exactly what you need to do for this, and you realize also that the rope is really not going to help you much. It's because everything is such a tight squeeze that you won't have the arms. So you just kind of like, okay, and you begin to slowly make your way up with the rope just kind of like just resting on your face and just sliding onto your chest as you're doing this. Make an athletics check for me, please, Bocek. I don't think there's going to be an issue, but please, I'm just interested.
25?
25. Yeah, you're just and you do start to feel where the jutting of these rocks are coming out from in this, and you just kind of like just slide yourself into an angle and then continue to grab until you hit the next one, and then just this back fat is excellent stuff for cooking and climbing, and it's which is strange, and without question you make your way up, stick your head out of the chin. Kind of you see Basha just very crouching. She's still next to the hole. She's kind of crouching there. Gorpal and Drovar are just like, everybody's giving you the sign. Start to climb out of the tunnel, out of there, Bocek. I need you to make a stealth check for me at disadvantage because you are so large.
11.
Oh.
Be in hell, boys.
So, surprisingly enough, the two shadows that Gorpal and Drovar seem to be so intently staring at don't seem to notice, you squeeze out of this hole. You actually break some of the rocks, like along the lip of this chimney, just because of your just immense size. And then because because of the back fat, they just slide down the sides of without making much noise, just like a very, very quick. And whatever sound they would have made probably happened towards the bottom of the shaft, where you do hear hell from the bottom of the shaft. But that's all you hear, and it seems no one heard that. Um, but Bocek, you are now out of this hole, kind of like crouching your best, and you all now can see and realize that Shug is on his way up, but there is no place for him to actually go. I'm gonna roll to see an athletics check for Shug real quick. Natural 20. So without issue, without issue, Shug is making his way up, and Bocek, as you kind of move over to see, you look down and you can see that Shug is actually climbing up and starting to make his way up. But you, Bocek specifically, can hear the chink, chink, chink of his chainmail, and make an intelligence check for me, Bocek.
5.
You start to think of, like, you hear the chainmail starting to like make this noise, and you look down and you have a thought, and it's an important thought, and and immediately go, that sounds like music. That's really nice. What was? Yeah, it's music. Whatever. And then you just kind of move. You kind of move over, and as you crouch, you're just like slowly listening to Shug making his music as he makes his way up the chimney.
Drovar, do you want to get this party started? As I draw 2 short swords.
Yeah, if we're seeing, he's like, okay, we got boogie nights going on over here. We got, and I know there's no room for Shug, so I'm trying to wait until like Shug is close, so he doesn't have long to get up there. But basically, once like I see like maybe some movement of the rope, like indicating he's just about to get up to our level, and which of these figures can I get to in like one, like a move, and just start the fight with a swing? Can I reach them in one round?
It looks like you might actually be able to reach both of them. They're just not together anymore. The wolf, the canine looking creature, is off to the left of you at this moment. And the creature by the fire is a little more to the right. They're separate, but it looks like they're almost equidistant from where you are.
Okay.
You gather.
I point to me and to the humanoid, and then point to Gwarple at the wolf, and I just look at you. It's like I give you sort of a you may choose kind of gesture,
Do I see like an opening to the room, like a cave entrance or anything that normal people would come in through?
Not from where you are at the moment. There could be, but you'd actually have to get out of your hiding spot to check. So about another minute or two goes by, and now all of you can start to hear the chink, chink, chink of the chainmail.
Yeah, I'm not
Shug starting to slowly emerge.
Okay. As I won't wait any longer. I just look at Bocek, and I just, I can't give this nod of like follow me, and I just pick up the axe, and I don't rage because I got one left, and I just haven't been. I'm trying to hold that in, so like,
Gotcha.
And I just put this axe right in the back of this figure.
Okay.
And I spring off toward the wolf as he does that.
All right.
I also like to pew pew. So
I follow him and I do rage.
Okay. Okay. So, all right. So what I'm gonna need everybody to do is roll me initiative. I will get the battle map ready to go.
Okay. I got a 10.
I got an 18.
Actually, just hold your initiatives for a moment, while I go set this up, and then I will grab everybody's initiative. Hold on.
I still can't get over the name Lurky Pokey.
Listen, Grung naming conventions are the best.
All right.
We're fighting. Man, if we weren't trying to make this a stealth mission, I would just do my Tasha's Hideous Laughter just so I could use the dumb one-liners that I've been stocking up on all this time. But we're
think
being stealthy.
We'll get our chance.
I want to
This
wait
is
till
not how I saw this going.
Yeah, not me neither.
Also, remember, guys, we only have so many spell slots. I'm already out. Let's
I'm-
get weird.
Yeah, I have one left. I might save it and just firebolt things until then. Or Toll the Dead, because that's fun.
Toll the Dead is always a good choice.
Such a good cantrip.
Just let one of us bloody him up a bit.
Don't worry, my initiative will make sure of that.
I'm just excited. This is my first time raging.
Yeah. Wait, have we? No, you raged during our session 0, didn't you?
Nope,
thought you
didn't
did.
have
Oh, you
a
didn't?
barbarian back then. I was
Whoa! Oh, I'm scared to see what a raging Bocek is like, but I'm also excited to see it. When we take our break, I gotta get beer.
Alrighty, so this is the corner where all of you have come up from. This is the fire. Large canine creature. And the hulking humanoid creature. I need is everybody's initiative. So let's start with Asha. What'd you get?
I got a 6.
Bocek,
18.
Warple,
17.
Ovar,
10.
Shug, Shug. All right, so All right. So, those are some interesting rolls. Gorple, what is your dexterity?
+3.
Okay.
Quick clarification: how tall is the ceiling in this cave?
Ceiling it looks to be about any
Perfect.
the area you came out of is only about 6. See that it gradually, when you get out of this area, it does go up. Alrighty, so let's get some fight music. All right, so here we go. So first up is going to be is Bocek. So this is
Excellent.
This is you right here, Bocek. So and let me know where you'd like to go and get on your way.
So I would like to rage, move into the space closest to the large hulking figure, and I would like to grapple it and prep it for Drovar.
Okay. And your full speed is
30.
yeah, you can get right up to it. As you run up to it, you can now see it has stood up and is holding this large, what looks like this large wooden mace with these metal jagged pieces on it. Red skinned, large ears, also kind of like some brownish, like russet brown hair all over its body. But it is wearing what it looks like heavy some leather armor, along with some like metal pieces to it as well. And as he gets up, as you run up to it, the rest of you hear, "Oh, Devantuve!" Bocek, you understand him because you. He goes, "Who the fuck are you?" So yeah, make an attack roll, and this is going to be to grapple.
25.
25 absolutely hits. Yeah, you are able to, as you run around, and he just like is completely like trying to figure out who the fuck this large individual is. You just run at him, and you just kind of pick him up in this huge bear hug, and then just spin him around to just kind of basically prep him for Drovar, as you said. And he, what? And you understand him says, says, "Ripper, kill them all." All right, so yeah, that's your turn. Up next is Gorple.
You're muted, Gene.
I can leap 25. Can I get to this wolf using the stalagmite to help me?
You can get right on his flank. Yep.
All right, I draw my short swords across my slimy skin, and I drive them, or my machetes, into this creature.
Okay, make your check.
First attack is AC 24.
That definitely hits.
He is going to become my favored foe.
Okay.
So, did I not get a D4? Okay. So first attack will be 12 damage, and then I need a con saving throw.
Right. What's the DC?
12, and it's against poison.
That's a failure.
Take 6 poison.
Okay, so you run up, and Gorple, you notice that while it seems larger than the wolves from down below, now as you're right on top of it, you can see it seems to be a little more well-fed, which is probably accounts for why it looks larger. Its fur is still mangy, like the ones down below, but I mean, it seems a little more well taken care of than the but yeah, so you drive your machete across and it takes that damage. Turns around and just.
All right, I'll make my offhand attack against it.
Okay, go for it.
I don't. Natural 1.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, this time, anticipating as it spins around and sees your attack, it just kind of like dodges out of the way.
All right, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. So now, because of those interesting rolls I made, they all go together. So the first thing that happens is the creature that you're holding, Bocek, is going to try and break your grapple. So this is going to be a contested strength check. So I just need you to roll a d20 and your strength.
Excellent. Because I'm raging, I have advantage on this.
Two.
18.
Yeah, that's a 7. Plus 2, which is a 9. It's still not enough. So he tries to struggle out of your arms. And again, the rest of you just kind of hear gibberish. But Bocek, you hear him like, Karg will kill you all! Karg will eat your carcasses! So yeah.
Shh, shh. Bocek say only dreams now in Goblinoid.
Okay. So then now it is Ripper's turn. Warple, you can see that it seems to be very, very affected by the poison that you did. It is kind of hobbling, but still up on its legs, and it will try to attack you. Going to be it's a bite attack. There's going to be a 12. 12 hits you.
That will miss.
It snaps out. You are deft and agile, and you just duck right out of the way as his jaw just misses your face by inches. Warple, you start to hear and see to your left some kind of opening to this cave, where you now can hear. Bocek, you understand this. As you hear, "We're coming, boss! We're coming! We're coming!" You begin to see three goblins run into the entrance. They see you, Gorple, mixing up with this wolf. One of them, that was their movement, will use his dash action to run up on you. Same. This one will stand here, and he will try to attack you with his bow. 16 to hit.
That hits exactly.
You take. You take 8 piercing damage. Actually, 7 piercing damage. As he shoots his arrow and just hits you in the shoulder.
I look pretty injured. Not quite bloody, but pretty injured.
All right, so that was all of their turn. Drovar, it is now your turn.
All right, well, Boshek set him up for me, so I would like to just cross the room and put that big guy between me and the Goliath. Yeah, right.
Yep.
Yeah, right there.
Yep. You have advantage because not only is is flanked because Bochek is holding him, he is grappled, so you have advantage on it.
All right. So just gonna, not saying anything. Just take a swing. 23.
23 hits.
9 damage.
Yeah, so you run up on him, just both hands on the axe, and you just right into his chest. You carve through the front of his thick leather armor to the point where you can, as you pull your axe back, you see you definitely make contact with the skin as blood now is pouring from that cut in the hide, and the creature's like just screaming rage.
Okay. I don't understand what he's saying, but given my background, have I encountered this sort of creature before? Do I know what it is?
Make an intelligence.
14.
14. Yes, you have seen creatures like this. This is a bugbear.
Yeah. Okay.
Usually they are creatures who tend to boss around goblins, and in the hierarchy of goblin, they're kind of they're not the lowest rung of the totem pole where goblins are. They're just above goblins.
Okay.
So,
but they're bigger and stronger than humans as opposed to goblins, which are smaller. Okay.
they tend to boss them around.
Right. So I call out. It's like bugbear. Just then give him the hit.
Yep. No worries. Okay. Yeah. So that was a good hit. Good hit. All right. So next up is Basha.
All right, so I'm going to move behind that stalagmite that's in front of us just to give myself a little bit of cover, but also to be able to reach things.
No worries.
And as soon as I see that bugbear has been hit, I'm going to kind of reach out a hand, and it's like I kind of just like flick my fingers, and it's like an electric shock kind of courses, and like my hair kind of stands on end for a second, and anyone who's standing next to the bugbear just hears this sound, like this really deep tolling bell, and it kind of reverberates through you almost really uncomfortably, but it's not coming for you, so you're fine. That is a... Oh wait, sorry, you just have to make me a wisdom save. I lied, I don't have to roll to attack. It is a DC 14 wisdom save.
That is a failure with a...
Great, and that will be a D12 necrotic, so please take 6 necrotic damage. It's not great, not terrible.
No, it's still good.
Oh wait, I'm sorry. I rolled the wrong die, ignore me.
Well, he's already
taken...
taken...
Well, yeah, because he's missing his hit points. He's missing hit points,
he's
so
taking
that's correct.
damage, yeah.
That's correct, okay, so yeah. And then I'm gonna kind of just look around the room and just be like, alright, how many of them are there? Like... And that's just it.
Yeah,
that's
you actually can see, just by the light of the fire, that these small little goblins have started to run around Gorple.
Great. Do I see that third one that's coming in the door or not yet?
You do. You only see the 2 that are around.
That's fine. That can wait.
Okay. Alright, so that's Basha's turn. It is now Shug's turn. Shug makes his way out of the hole. Sees what's going on. He says, "Oh yeah, started without me, huh?" And he's going to see.
Just making room for you, brother.
I could use a hand.
It is 30. He is going to. Yeah. He gets right behind you. He runs right behind you, Gorple. Basha, you just see this huge shadow of muscle and chainmail just run by you like a freight train. Runs up behind Gorple, and in the air, where he's at behind you, Gorple, he has equal attack for both of them. He looks and he's like, "Oh, let's just take them one at a time." And he's gonna go to the left, and he's gonna smash him in the top of the head with his. Okay, yeah, he hits it. He hits it with a 15. And that is going to 7 bludgeoning damage on that goblin. Which, Gorple, you hear this wet crunching sound as the mace just completely just collapses the skull of this goblin behind you, and it just falls to the ground dead. The goblin that is next to you, who ran around you, looks at Shug, and is now kind of like shrieking, and Shug is like, "Number 2." Just kind of turns and gets ready for the next one.
Appreciating the backup, buddy.
Yeah, no worries. That brings us back to the top of the round. Bocek, you are still holding this guy. Do you want to do anything else? You want to maintain the grapple?
I'm going to maintain the grapple, but while I'm grappling, I'd like to look at the goblins and see if I see the goblin that apologized.
Make a perception check.
Normally, I suck at perception, but that is a nat 20.
Nat 20. You take a look. Even looking at the one that Shug just kind of brained 2 seconds ago, and no, none of these like the one that sent to apologize. Seemed like just brand new goblins.
All right, I look at the other 2 goblins and go, "Listen, if you want to be on good guy's side and maybe get out of this alive, help us take out weak little bugbear baby here."
Make an intimidation check.
Only a 12.
12. The goblin closest to you, the one that is on the side of Gorple, looks at you, and then Goblin goes, "Fuck you! I don't know who you are." The other one doesn't say anything.
Hey, no, fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you, baby goblin!
And he's like, "Fuck you! Fuck you!" And you're just kind of going back and forth, just cursing at each other. He doesn't seem phased or intimidated by you in any way, which is hilarious. All right. So you're maintaining the grapple. He is still grappled by you. So that would next be Warple. You're up.
All right. I rolled my concentration save for my favorite foe, and I made it. I made a 13. I forgot to tell you.
Okay.
So as part of my move, I kind of leap above the wolf and goblin, and I stab down with machete into the wolf's head.
Okay. So are you trying to leap to the other side of him?
Yeah, I'm gonna land on the other side between the goblin and the wolf, staying within their range.
Gotcha. All right. So you leap over, you go to the stab, make your attack roll.
That's a 24.
That definitely hits.
That's gonna be a bunch of damage, I think. That will be 8 damage. And if he's still alive, I need a con save 12.
Yeah, he's not gonna need to make a con save because as you jump over and almost like like John Woo film style, just kind of jump over and just bring it right down in between where his head and neck. you definitely feel contact with spine, and immediately the wolf just falls to the ground, no longer moves, as it just makes a last whimper noise, no longer move. You land without issue, still within melee of the goblin, who is almost not looking and seeing what you're doing, as he is in this kind of screaming match with Bocek, in a language you don't understand, but you're just like shrugging, like, okay, whatever.
Yeah, I will make my offhand attack into this goblin, and I assume with Shug over there, I'm flanking him now?
You absolutely are.
That will be an AC of 22.
Oh yeah, that hits him.
He will take 2 damage, and I need a con save of 12, please.
That's DC 12, right?
Yes, sir.
16.
Then he takes no poison, and I am done. And I stay there because I feel a lot better now that Shug and I are doing this.
Yeah. And so yeah, so immediately as he's still screaming at Bocek, you slash across his back. And just immediately stops, turns, and looks at you, now paying attention to you. And just kind of bares his just jagged fangs at you, ready to. So that was Gorple's turn. Yeah. Okay, so now it is the rest. Everybody's turn. So another contested strength check. Bocek, he is desperately trying to break your grip. What'd you get?
24?
24.
I'm sorry, 23.
23. Oh, whoa. Oh, 23. That makes it with the 16 that he got. He is just continuously just trying to break. Karg will eat your bones. Karg will suck the marrow from them. Release Karg! Release Karg!
Shh, Karg, just go sleep. Go sleep. It'll all be over soon.
All right. That's all he can do. The goblin at the doorway will attempt to shoot at Gorple, because Gorple seems biggest group in the goblins' estimate. Going to be a... Yeah, that is a dirty 20.
Yeah, I can't do nothing about that.
Yeah, so you take 4 piercing damage as arrow hits you in the side of in your side, just where your breastplate actually comes together. It actually finds a way to go.
Gorple looks like he's bleeding pretty profusely. He looks really injured.
Okay. And you actually can hear the guy like, yeah. And the one in front of you, the goblin. Actually, you know what? He looks at you, Gorple. Turns around, he looks at Shug. Turns around, looks at Bocek. Does this another time. Roll. Brave Goblin. All right. He is going to not move, not run. He's just going to try and keep attacking you, Gorple, because you're the last one that hit him. That is another dirty 20.
That will hit.
And going to be 5 slashing damage.
And Gorple goes down.
So Gorple, you are unconscious. Goblin goes, yeah, and just kind of turns around, points a finger at you, Bocek, goes, fuck you, and seems like he's now emboldened and ready to attack Shug. That is their turn. That's the end of their turn. Drovar, it is now your turn.
All right. Drovar will now rage, seeing Gorple goes down, and now he's just seeing a member of the team go, He's just, but the rage is a little. It's not quite so frothing this time. It just kind of. Get him down, boys.
Very focused, Rick. So yeah, and you have advantage on this again because he is grappled.
25.
That definitely hits.
Okay, so D&D Beyond doesn't add the rage damage. I have to do that like in my own head. Okay. Max damage, 12, 6, 18 total.
Wow, nice hit. All right, so you go into a rage, and you just seeing that cut that you made in the armor. You just that's where you're gonna go, and you just sink the axe right into the same area. It sinks even further into his gut, and he's still struggling against Bocek. And as you yank it out, there's something attached to your axe, and you look, and it's a piece of intestine that is just hanging off of your axe, still attached and sticking out of his chest. And it just looks down, and then looks at you, and then just like his guts just start coming out of that hole you just. And he's no longer struggling against you, Bocek, as this creature is now just limp in your arms.
All right, so Drovar will just like takes him out and like sees that he's dropping. He will move up next to Shug. So it's right that that's it. And he's just faced off with that goblin.
Yeah, you just run right up, and now the goblin just is looking at the intestine, which is still attached to the body of
I'm just dragging.
Like, you're just dragging this intestine, and it's just like dragging along behind you, and it just looks down at this bloody axe, looks at you, looks at Shug, and now seems to believe, in at least what you can see, that it's made some terrible life choices. All right, that was good. That's a good.
Don't worry, boy. You won't regret them long.
All right, so that's Drovar's turn. Basha, is now your turn.
Oh, I am mad. So I saw the arrow come out from the side, so I'm gonna go ahead and scoot to my right until I can see where that arrow came from.
Okay.
Well, I should probably kill the one that's right above him, actually.
Yeah, right above.
Oh wait, I have an idea.
Okay.
Yeah, can I see both of them from where I am? Like both goblins?
Yeah, you can now see. You can see the one, and you can see an opening in this cave.
Well, I should save for later, but I hate you both. So I'm going to cast Jim's Magic Missile. One of them goes wide because I don't think it hits on a 7. So, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or does it?
Well,
Okay.
no, Magic Missile.
Magic Missile always hits.
Magic Missile
does
automatically hits. You don't have to roll to hit.
Wait, why does it have a plus?
Not-
No.
not
It's
this version.
Jim's Magic Missile. It's different. So
that's right. That's
yeah,
right.
it's slightly different. It's really cool.
That's
Acquisitions Inc. for those watching, if you're curious where it comes from.
Oh.
One of them is a 19, and one of them is an 18. So do they hit?
Yeah. So one misses, and the other two.
Cool. Great. So I aim for both of them. One of them goes wide and hits the wall, but the others, the one in the doorway, because I hate him more, is gonna take the higher one. So he takes 4 force damage.
Okay.
And the one that's right above, Gorple, I almost forgot your name. The one right above Gorple takes 6 force damage. That's fine.
Okay, so the one by the door you hit, and you hear as it hits without issue. It's still standing, but now it looks a little scared. Definitely hurt. That did hurt it. The one that's facing off with Drovar and Shug, it kind of like grits its teeth, its very sharp fangs at both of them, and the magic missile just smashes right through its grin, its toothy grin, and you actually see this hole smash through its teeth and just emerge through the back of its head. Gorple, you're unconscious, so it doesn't matter, but you are covered in goblin brain matter as this goblin
Oh, I clean later. Oh, I'm sorry, Gorpal. Oh no. Okay.
As it just hits the ground, unmoving. You still have some movement if you like, Basha, or you can stay where you're at.
I stay here. Yes, I stay here.
Okay. All right. So it is now Shug's turn. Shug is going to run over to Gwarple. He's going to put himself in between Gwarple and Goblin. He's going to cast Cure Wounds on you. You take 8 hit points. You're now conscious.
Oh boy.
And now that he sees that you are conscious, runs right up to the other goblin. And he says, "That's it!" And he prepares for another attack. Yeah. He just prepares for the attack. Can't do anything because he cast Cure Wounds. But he's just kind of waiting for the moment to smash him. He's just hovering above this, and the goblin is just cowering at Doug's immensity at this point. Brings us back to the top of the round. Bocek is now your turn.
I am going to let go of the, I'm assuming, dead bugbear and start to come out of my rage and just be like, huh? What happened? Bocek was very disappointed in Buggy Bear, and now Buggy Bear broken. Did little dwarfman take care?
Yes.
Okay. Oh no, frogman hurt, and I would just
Yes.
like to move between the frog and the inevitable slaughter of that goblin to make sure another arrow doesn't accidentally hit Warple.
Okay. Yeah. So easily enough, you drop the bugbear's body, run over, and put yourself in between Gwarple and this other goblin, and you feel pretty confident that between you and Shug, that any arrow that gets shot is going to hit one of you two. Anything else, or is that it? Anything else, or that's it?
That's it.
So that's your turn, Bocek. Next up is you, Gwarple. You are conscious, but on the ground. Prone.
I will use half my movement to stand up. And I'll kind of lean around Bocek, and I will quickly just since my swords are like scattered to the floor, I just grab my bow in a swift motion, draw an arrow, and I will fire an arrow at that goblin between all of us.
Okay. I will say, just because you've got these two massive bodies in front of you, you'd probably just have to just move over once to lean out to actually get the shot.
That's what I do.
Yeah. Okay, go for it.
That's AC 16.
That hits.
6 damage.
6 damage. You lean over, you get up, jump up, take your bow. Still a little weak from the attacks. Just take your time, aim the shot, and as it cowers, just looking up at Shug, Shug looks down at it and gets a little confused at the moment because the eyes just roll back in its head, and as it falls, Shug can see an arrow sticking out of its falls to the ground, unmoving.
And I'll just quickly go, Shug, drag that body back in here. I'll go behind my friends in case there's more that come behind him.
Okay. Yeah, Shug goes, yeah, no worries, no worries. He just grabs the goblin body, pulls it in. And at the moment, it seems like you don't have anything threatening you. Kind of minutes. But he seems to be terrified or alarmed by any of the noise. And Gwarple, you can now hear definitely where this cave opening is. That sound of rushing water that you heard is definitely is stronger.
I think that the water, whatever the source is covering whatever just happened here. Maybe we take a moment to search this area and catch our breaths as he kind of like.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say Basha's already like digging through pockets of like dead creatures and stuff. What? Oh yes, yes, we should search.
Bocek has idea. I think maybe Bocek has guy on inside who help us.
Oh, guy on inside.
With that one you that ran off before.
Yes, he said he's sorry. That means he's a better person.
Okay. Well, let's not go looking for him just yet. So yeah,
No, I have him come to us. I have idea.
Oh boy. Drovar comes out of his rage, just
Okay.
reaches in, takes out a drink from his flask, and just well, that's a good day's work. All right, let's. So is there a door that those goblins came through?
It's not a door. It is more of an open entrance from this cavern into the next.
Okay. We'll start dragging the bodies out of that opening. So if somebody comes walking in, they're not going to see anything other than there's blood. We're not going to be able to get rid of that, but at least there's no corpses.
Wait, I can get rid. Prestidigitation.
Wait,
I was gonna say
No.
it's like we'll just throw it down the hole, feed the wolves.
No, better idea.
Better than feeding the wolves.
Okay, feed wolves, maybe goblin, but big bad one, Drovar. You get on. Is there like a skull of thrones or whatever that the bugbear was sitting on?
No,
Like some sort of chair.
No, the bugbear was just kind of sitting next to the fire. And you take a quick make a perception check.
9.
9. You don't see a big. You're expecting to find a big throne of skulls, and you just take a very quick look around. A throne of skulls.
All right, so there's no throne of skulls, but listen, we call in underling goblins. They see you sitting over your buggy bear that you kill. You new leader. You tell them give us friends back because you leader.
Well,
I used to play in woods with the orcs and the ogres and such. I
Yes.
speak the language, so I understand. Strongest is ruler. You kill their leader, you new leader.
Yes, he play what is it? Manhunt out in woods with orcs as child.
how did
Yes.
the man feel about it?
How did who feel about it?
How did the man feel about it?
Oh, whoever lost was usually the man. We were in woods with knives and body paint hunting each other.
No, I thought you were hunting a man. All
No,
right.
it's different game. It's fine.
Well, we could certainly try that. Let's
I will say, as the water, it's going to be hard to call anyone through the sound of it on the outside of that entrance. Maybe we should just look around what's here. It seems like there were crates and barrels, as I saw on the battle map, Chris.
Yeah,
if
I'm
he's the boss, I figure that the whatever's the good stuff would be in here with him. So let's take a look.
I'd like to roll investigation, or if you would like me to roll something else to like look around, Chris.
Yeah, roll an investigation. Anybody who wants to look around can roll me an investigation.
I have no bonus to that, so I'll wait by the door and I'm just crouched down, like looking for any signs of movement, any sense that somebody's coming. They got to tell the boss something, whatever,
Okay.
just
Yep.
so we're not caught unawares.
That's a 21, and I will be searching the bodies and the crates or whatever's in the room.
Okay, Gorp.
I got a 4. I'm really focusing on these arrow wounds.
Okay. Yep, you're cleaning yourself up. Bocek, are you making an investigation check or no? So
Bocek is
Go ahead.
Bocek is too concerned getting ready to yell on the top of his lungs for his buddy that he's looking for.
Okay. Yeah, and at this point, like Shug is he's like dragging the bodies over by the fire and kind of leaving them there, kind of just waiting to see what the consensus is of everybody, like what we're gonna do with the bodies. Basha, you start as soon as Shug says that, you just kind of like just you know, and then you just start digging through this stuff. The goblins, they don't have any pouches or anything on them, so you know you don't find any coin or anything like that. They do have like very shittily made like leather armor, like hide armor. It looks like they slap pieces of metal onto it to try and help them. Not very well. They do have again very ill-made swords and bows and arrows. Everything looks like it's not well maintained. I mean, you can take it; they are functional, technically speaking, um, but you don't have a specific. They don't look like they probably fetch you much.
That is fine. If anyone wants these trash weapons, please take them, but otherwise, I keep looking in crates.
After going through that, you go over to the bugbear, and you start going, and it's a really nasty, disgusting sight. Like he's just like a huge gash in the midsection, intestines just kind of and guts just kind of like spilling out from again, this armor seemed a little better made than the goblins, but not by much. Um, and the mace itself is very large. I mean, looks like maybe Bocek or Shug could possibly use it, but it's again, it looks like it's very rough. The craftsmanship is very rough. Shug actually looks down as you point to it, and he goes,
All right,
"It's like that's really shitty craftsmanship."
of course.
And so then you're like, okay, so and the bugbear does not have like a pouch or anything. You see, you're starting to get you're feeling like a little disappointed. So you start going over to the crates and the barrels and all of the things. Um, the first thing you notice is that on most of the crates here bear this mark on, and you start looking and kind of clearing away like the dirt and everything away from it, and you remember seeing this mark on Sildar Hallwinter's armor when you first met.
This
Uh,
belonged to Sildar.
well,
The
actually,
thing-
more specifically, the Lord's Alliance.
Oh, the Lord's Alliance. This is Lord's Alliance stuff. Oh, this is Lord's Alliance stuff. I mean, it's nothing. I just found crates of things. It's fine.
um, so you start going through it, and you can see like the barrels. There's like barrels, and some of them are empty, like seem to be ripped open and empty. But there are a few that are still full, and you kind of like push it, and you can hear something sloshing around on the inside.
Maybe
Uh,
wine?
Possibly.
Beer?
You've seen.
Bocek, come here.
Yeah.
Help me see what this is.
Okay, Bocek, help out.
Yeah. Bocek, she calls you over, and you go over and make a perception check for me.
6.
6. You kind of shake it, shake the barrels, and you think it's probably like ale or beer. You're not sure.
Oh, good.
But you shake it. You're not sure. So you just boom. You just crack open the top of one,
Oh.
and ale just kind of like splashes up in
Ah!
your face.
Oh no. Oh no. Okay, well.
It's pretty good.
Oh, I'm delicious. Oh, good. Okay. Thank you, Bocek. Beer shower. That's new. Prestidigitation. Prestidigitation.
And as you're going through this basha, you start clearing away some. There's also some large sacks of various materials and things like that, and you start pulling them away. And hidden underneath some of these sacks is a crate. I'm sorry, not a crate, but chest.
Wait, no one touch. No one touch. I have to check. Can I check for traps if I'm not a rogue? I know that's a weird
You
question.
can. You just don't get proficiency bonuses.
No. Okay.
So you make an investigation check for it.
Okay. Please roll well. Please roll well. 15?
Doesn't appear to be trapped, and there's definitely no lock on it. Just closed.
Oh, I didn't need my tools. I put them back. Hang on. Open the crate. Or the chest.
Yeah, so you open up the crate, and the first thing that hits you is that there's a large bit of coin in here. and a couple of other things. So you start sorting through it. You find well. Here's the first question I have. Are you all taking a short rest? Are you going to be moving immediately out of this area?
Uh, well, I think we can take a short, Drovar's like, not seeing any sign of it. This seems like pretty good defensible area. We can, I say we hold up here for a little bit. Nobody's come looking for him yet. If the typical goblins are probably afraid of him. Rather not talk to him if they can avoid it. So I say we take a bit of time, make sure we're ready to go.
I agree as I clean my wounds.
All right. All right. So over the course of this short rest, count out 600 copper pieces.
All right, I'm just gonna write it on a physical note because
Yeah,
by the time this program opens, it's not gonna work. Give me a
that's
second. Hang on.
probably your best bet. Yeah.
Nope.
I got a doc open if you want me to do it really quick.
Go right ahead.
All right.
600 copper.
600 copper, 110 silver pieces. There is a jade statuette of a frog with tiny golden orbs for eyes.
Look, Gorple, it's you.
You're not sure how much it's worth, but if you could find somebody to appraise that for you, they could probably tell you. And you find also, it looks like there was a number of different glass vials underneath some of the coin, which seem to have broken. But two of them are whole.
Ooh.
And as you pull them up, they have this. It's kind of this like red liquid in them. Gorple, you recognize them immediately.
Those look like healing potions as I
Oh.
kind of show you mine.
Oh, good. I can keep on potion bandolier, or we can trade later.
How many are there?
How many are there? 2, you said?
There's
2.
2.
2.
All right. Well, why don't you hang on to one? Yeah, maybe just to spread them out. Maybe Shug hangs onto the other one since he's doing a bit of healing, and if he gets
Yeah.
low on spells, he can use that.
Yes, just pour into mouth of whoever needs it.
So I was like, "All right, I'll take one." Kind of puts it into. So.
All right.
So, kind of look at the bodies. You kind of go through all of these things, and you kind of looking and taking note. And again, you are now able to all of you to hear the rushing water coming. This particular, and while you're taking your rest, especially you, Gorple, you're very, very, very relieved to find that after your hour rest. No one seems to have heard anything. No one's investigating. So you can take your hit dice, roll up any hit points you want over the short rest. And decide would you all like to do?
Friends, I believe Bed Bugbear was leader of group. If we let remaining goblins know that we take out Bed Bugbear, they make you leader of group, and they tell us where captive friends are, and we go on our way. Bocek yell very loud.
Well,
Bocek speak goblin. Bocek negotiate on your part.
sure, you can do, but why not we just, why don't we, take the head or something, and just take the head and give it to them, and show them.
Exactly what I was thinking. We gotta put it on a stick or something, and just be like, "Yeah."
Put it on one of
because
swords or a spear we don't need.
Oh, yeah.
Because
Yeah,
that's fine. As good as stick. By the way,
because
this is sorry. Go ahead.
Because one option involve us walking around and maybe never finding friends, and other option involve them coming to place they already know and showing us around.
Well, it's a possibility. The thing is, we don't know how many there are, and you're getting their attention over the sound of the river. It's I think we should take at least a look about, just to get a sense of, we might see some bedrolls and things and start getting a sense. Are there, 5 goblins in here and we've killed them all already, except for your friend? Are there 20 of them? What I've seen, I've fought goblins before. Their courage goes up based on their numbers. If there's a lot of them and they think they got a chance, they're going to start shooting you from distance, scurrying away. They'll paper cut us to death.
By the way, sorry, I did math very quickly. You can each have 120 copper, and you can each have 22 silver. Sound good? I did not even take finder's fee. Next time I take finder's fee.
So how much?
Bocek here. I just hand Bocek the amount that is his, and I'm just like, here, add to your coin purse.
Okay, I send that to mom and dad.
So what are the totals that we add in?
How much was
You're
it?
going to add 120 copper, because it's divided by 5, right? I divided it by 5. Thank you. Okay, good. 120 per person of copper, 22 of silver per person. And for now, if you would like, since it is cute frog statuette, you can hang on to it, Gorple, but we are going to want to price this later and see what it is worth. And I might want to check it later just to make sure it's not magical. Can't do it now, but we'll do it later.
I mean, this seems like a common stone from my lands.
Does it look like one of your people's pieces?
I don't know. Jade is a rare stone that's used often in Chult.
Gorple, you take a look at it. It doesn't look like anything your people would make. While it does kind of remind you of some of the children of your tribe that you've seen, it doesn't. It's just a frog. It's not necessarily.
I think it's just a tasteful frog. It's not a grung.
So we not make it mascot for group?
It can be mascot for group. The Jade Frog. It could also be good barn name someday.
Sorry, just to add on Drovar, if we let these goblins go, Bocek, what's to stop them from hurting other people on these roads? Even if they apologize and they run away, they could apply their banditry somewhere else.
Oh no, we scare them and we make them work for a boss man who is not 3 kobolds in trench coat sneaking into a bar.
Let's see if we can find out how many of them are in here.
Okay, I trust you guys. You guys smart.
Yeah. Hey, if we want to try, behold the head of your dead chief. You're taking your orders from me now with a big guy as translator. I mean, it's worth a shot.
Look,
but we don't have no reason to start that way.
Yes, we can fight. We can fight and kill them, but we should first negotiate to get our friends back alive, using dead head of man as intimidation factor. I think. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's hope they are alive and they haven't been fed to wolves already.
Didn't see any human-sized bones down there, and those poor lads look pretty starved. Oh, by the way, now that the goblins are stripped, I just, pick up a couple of that start taking the dead goblins and I just yeet them, just whoo, one by one.
Yeah, Shug sees you doing that, just immediately. Oh, this is what we're doing. Okay.
Well, they'll eat good for at least a day or two.
I'll collect my rope.
Okay, yeah, you collect the rope before the bodies get thrown in. Who's beheading the bugbear?
I got the axe.
Okay, so Drovar, without issue, just cut through the head.
Use one of the
you're able to find
goblin spears or some of the broken bits of wood and just,
You take one of the goblin swords, kind of like, thunk right underneath into the neck, and you can.
Yep.
Yeah, when we clear this place out, we're probably going to want to grab these supplies and bring them to wherever we're going. There might be who knows? I don't know. Or hopefully we'll find someone.
Yeah. Is there enough? Is there so much supplies that we couldn't carry it all in one go? Or would we?
Well, from Basha's investigation, she's able to let you know that not everything is intact. And you get the idea that if you condense everything, you'll probably be able to fit it onto the cart, but there will be no room for anybody to sit.
Okay.
We would
I
have
was more
to
I
walk.
was more wondering about when we leave here, taking it back on that walk back to the wagon. Can we do it in one go with all of us if we're all I mean, Bashik, he
Gotcha.
can carry a lot of stuff, but he can't carry everything.
Right. Between the five of you,
I
yeah,
mean,
I would say you'd be able to do that.
Pasha also mentioned that she can do this hovering disc, and that might be able to hold a lot of these things.
I can, but not anymore because I shot goblins that I did not like that tried to kill you. So unfortunately, now we have to wait until I go to sleep.
Aren't you a ritual caster?
Wait, I am. Oh, that's right. Yes, I can do.
I thought you were some sort of evil witch, so you could always cast these magical rituals.
Excuse me, I prefer a forest lady or forest hag. That is better and
Okay,
slightly
so-
nicer.
So neutrally malevolent witch, got it.
Bochek, you hear this man? You hear this frog man?
Yes, he used words that Bochek no understand.
He's saying I am
Neutral
like
and
he's saying I am.
malevolent.
Yes, he's saying I am like bad evil witch, like Baba, like Baba Noga from Woods.
No Baba Noga, she like a goody two shoes. She babysit Bochek, she give Bochek extra candy and let stay up and eat ice cream.
That sounds like she fed you her house, but let's keep going.
So with that, is the bodies of the goblins thrown into the garbage chute, essentially, of this cavern, and the head of the bugbear firmly affixed to one of the goblin swords, and to make your way into the next. Everyone, to please roll me a stealth check.
Oh, excuse me. Can we have torch again? Sorry, I just realized we're leaving fire. Can we light a torch? Thank you.
So you light up a torch.
And I stealth very badly at 5.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say it would be a disadvantage because you are actually holding up a torch, and that would actually go for everyone.
Oh.
Because
Gotta
now
Okay, so with
it's bright light.
Well, with disadvantage, it's actually 4 because it was worse.
All right, Basha is a 4. Bochek, what'd you get?
So with disadvantage, it goes from a 21 down to a 5.
Purple.
I'm already at disadvantage, so that doesn't help. 13.
Drovar.
It was an 18. It was ended up a 19 and then a 2.
Shug.
Blind human.
Shug is gonna roll an advantage. Ooh. That's gonna be an 8. So Basha, you light the torch. You all make your way into the next cavern, and immediately this torch is just a beacon for just showing exactly where all of you are at. But what you do see, and immediately also hear, is the sound of rushing water, like consistent rushing water. And as you hold up the torch and you start looking around, this cavern is half filled with 2 large pools of water. Narrow waterfall high in the eastern wall feeds the pool, which drains out the western end of to form the stream that flows out of the cave mouth below. Low fieldstone walls serves as a dam holding the water. There's a wide exit to the north, and 2 smaller passages that lead. The one at the north is where you act. Sound of the waterfall echoes throughout the cavern, making it difficult to hear. So even with this bright light, thankfully, for some reason, you are not heard or seen while in this cavern. However, you also don't see or hear anything or anyone other than this rushing waterfall that you all figure if you had to speak to each other, you would, even getting right up close, you would probably have to start speaking at a loud volume. Begin to make your way through this room, and again, you see these two passages lead west. Is which one would you like?
Left.
Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, catch Gorple by toe.
Does what?
If he hollered, let him go. Basha yell at you for grabbing Gorple by toe. Left.
Accurate.
All right. So you immediately begin trekking to the left. As you do, you start making your way through the narrow passage. I would like to get a marching order. Who is in the front?
Not first.
Probably. Well,
Ochek is first because he raised his hand.
okay. All right. I'll be behind him because I got the head.
And I'll be behind Drovar.
Okay. Basha, and then yeah, Shug will take the rear. He's like, I got all this. I mean, might as well. Kind of jingles his chainmail, which you actually don't hear until you actually leave the room because the waterfall is out. Start making your way through this narrow cavern. Narrow enough that again, Bocek, you fit easily, but you can only fit yourself and everyone one at a time.
Thank you, bacon grease.
Yeah, you are still somewhat greased with bacon. However, there is like dirt and other materials from the cavern kind of like starting to collect in it. You are getting a little itchy. But you start to make your way, and I need everyone to make a perception check for me. Actually, no, Bocek and Drovar. Just make perception checks for me.
All right. 17.
7.
So the group is slowly making their way. Bocek's in the lead, and he's just kind of like scratching at where the bacon grease and the dirt and small rocks are starting to gather. Not really paying attention. Drovar, you spot it first and grab Bocek and stop him. Point, and as you point, Bocek, you see what looks like a bridge, kind of wooden bridge, maybe about 10 to 15. That's not the really important thing. The important thing is the goblin that is just kind of like making his way. He has his back to across that bridge. What would you like to do?
I'm going to look at Drovar and I'm going to first like motion like talk or make a neck breaking motion.
Well, he's not looking at you yet. So like he's got his
Right.
back to you.
Oh no,
He's
I'm
walking
looking
away
at
from you.
Drovar, seeing which one he
And
thinks
so
we should
Drover's
do.
like, oh, second one sounds really good. But he's starting to see, Bocek seems to be really good with his hands, and so he instead, I'll take my hand off the mic button for a second, but basically he does. Okay, let's see if he got that.
Okay. So what are you doing? He's continuing to walk away from you, back to you. He's maybe about 15 or 20 feet ahead.
He's not looking at us. I'm going to run up to him as quickly as possible, put my hand over his mouth, and make a grapple check to bring him over to Drovar.
Okay.
All the while whispering, I am Bocek, Herald of Drovar. He is your new leader. We have defeated your boss.
Okay. there's going to be a couple of checks here.
I'm gonna get a herald.
So, all right. So you're going to the first thing I want you to do, Bocha. I need you to roll another stealth check.
Nat 20, so that is 23.
Okay. Now I need you to roll an attack. So this is going to be your grapple.
That is a 12 plus 7, so 19.
Okay. And then I need you to roll an intimidation check.
That one's only a 7, but I do have my hand over his mouth.
Okay. So, Grovar, you kind of stop everyone behind you. You kind of like hold your hand up. And Basha, Gorpal, you're just kind of like standing there. Watch as silent as fuck. Bocek just very like over exaggerate tiptoe over behind this goblin very quickly. Grabs him instantly, puts his hand over his mouth, spins around, and then quietly makes it. And you see that he's like whispering inside into the goblin's ear the whole time. Makes his way over to the group, and the goblin is just like.
Right. As he's sort of struggling, I just hold up the bugbear's head.
Okay, make an intimidation check with advantage, Drew.
Okay. $14.
14.
The first roll was a natural 1. It was the wrong way, it falls off, whatever. But no, 14.
So, Grovar, you hold the head up, and as you do, immediately the goblin stops struggling. And and he's just kind of like limp, almost limp in your arms, Bocek. You actually have to grip him a little tighter. But he's no longer like struggling. He's no longer like, he's just silent. His eyes are wide open.
I think we've got his attention. Ask him how many more of his folk are here.
How in Goblinoid? How many goblin in cave? We need to figure out how many drove our boss of now.
You release your hand from his mouth. Okay. As you do, he's a. You.
Oh, easy. He weak little baby.
The boss now.
Look at him.
Drovar boss. Drovar kill bugbear. Bocek translator herald for Drovar.
Okay. Other room is small boss. Goblin brothers. I do good. Yeah. You kill.
I take out one of the silver pieces that I recently got and I put it into his hand.
Kind of put it in his hands.
Bocek, I don't know what you're saying, but could you ask about our friends?
Right now, we are looking to rescue friends that your old boss took. If we rescue friends, we promise job to you and brothers. That is just sample of what you make.
Make a persuasion check.
Also, sorry, I totally responded, and I was like, wait, I can't understand anything that's going on.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
just
yeah.
fucking intimidating.
So I kind of over my shoulder, I'm just like, how long does it take him to say how many?
I don't know.
How long does it take a goblin to count?
Yeah, you all
Maybe
watch.
that's two of them?
Yeah, Bocek, what'd you get?
16 plus 0, so
Okay.
16.
Yeah, you're all watching Bocek, and takes the hand off the goblin's hand, and the goblin's like, the Bochek's like, and then Bochek puts a silver piece in his hand, even though it's and it just kind of looks down and just like, he kind of looks, he goes, I work, I good worker. You don't need brothers. I do all good work. You just need me. You kill all them, and small boss. Yeah. Just need me. I'd be real good. I hope.
Also, one goblin apologized to Bochek for offense earlier. He also gets safe. If both you two safe, both you two get double what I give you now.
He kind of, you see that he's kind of like thinking really hard. You watch a little bit of blood kind of pour down in one nostril. He goes, oh, no, he dead. He come back. He no bring nothing. Sorry. So small boss kill him.
All right. You good? You stick with us? You say small boss and brothers in that room? Where's Bochek, friends?
He looks very confused.
Dwarf and fancy pants.
No dwarf. Human pincushion. Yeah.
We're pincushion.
Yeah. He in with brothers and small boss.
All right, I turn to the group and I go, listen, this goblin, he work for Drovar now.
Joy.
Bochek pay him, he work for Drovar. Brothers and small boss behind that room.
And he kind of
fancy human person.
Yeah, and he kind of
also
like,
there.
even with his hands kind of crushed with you holding them, he's kind of pointing, and he's pointing over the bridge down through another, like, what looks like a cavern hall, another cavern hall.
Do you know how many of his people are there?
I turn and then goblins say, how many you think?
Rockhead no good with numbers. I don't. He's kind of like, he's trying to hold his fingers up. He kind of holds his fingers up. He goes, this many.
Okay. Assuming goblins
That
have
many.
5 fingers, so
Yeah, they have 5 fingers.
okay.
This many.
7.
You tell him he's coming with us, and he better not trick us, because he's coming with us.
He's the first to die if he betrays us.
Yes.
That's a boss's promise.
I turn to him. Boss Drovar say if you betray us, you first to die. Boss Drovar's magic super witch say she cast curse on you if you betray us. But listen, Bochek good manager. Bochek, #1 herald. And I hold out 5 copper pieces. For every goblin you get to vow loyalty to Boss Drovar, Bochek give you 5 of these.
Make a persuasion check with advantage.
$18.
18. Put the copper point pieces in his hand, and he goes, "Yep, Rockhead work for you, no problem."
And remember, more goblins that work for Drovar, more money you make because now you sub-manager. And then you get sub-managers that you give a little bit of money to. And then they get sub-managers they give a little bit of money to. And it like pyramid under Drovar.
I wish I could understand this.
Yeah, the goblin looks very confused at you. And it looks like he's trying to think again. And more blood starts coming out of his nostril. He goes, or whatever.
Yeah, let's go.
More goblins work for Drovar, more money for you.
Okay,
Right,
yeah, sure,
I'm
whatever.
running Amway in the Forgotten Realms now. Okay.
I don't know what they're saying, but it seems pyramid in shape.
He goes, whatever, sure. I take you to your brothers in Small Boss.
Yes.
He kind of looks at you to
Drovar.
kind of put him down.
Drovar, he says he'd take us where we need to go. I put him down?
You told him we'd kill him if he betrays us, right?
Yes, I told him he'd also make extra money if you get more goblins to turn on leader and work for you.
Well, if it works, all right. Let's see how this goes.
Bochek, you say something about me?
Yes, I say you're super powerful witch and you already put curse on him if he betray us.
Oh, good. And I kind of give the goblin a look, and I'm like this with my hands, like you
He goes,
know.
eh.
And I whisper in the goblin's ear, also, just remember, there is one person Bochek fear more than any other, more than even boss himself. And I point at Gorple. He quiet. He looks small. He is strongest of all. Also, number one party frog.
Okay, sure. So do you put him down? Okay. So you put him down. He looks into his hand again, where all the coins are. Yeah, you all watch him go. He kind of puts them all into this small little pouch on his belt. Pulls out his sword. Kind of turns around and he goes. Slowly starts walking over the bridge, watching for all of you to kind of be following him.
Yeah. We follow him.
Yeah, I'll draw my bow and get ready.
Shug is in the back, just like, okay. And he just kind of resigned to all of this and just kind of continues to follow. And you slowly, led by this new goblin ally of yours, you are led over the bridge, which you now can see. There is underneath the bridge is where some of this water from the waterfall is exiting from, and you're getting the impression now that this is actually when you actually first came into the cavern, this is the stream that's being fed outward, and it's being fed by that large cavern with the waterfall. And start making your way over the bridge through the small passage. Watch, make it about 20 or 30 feet cavern, and the little goblin just stops, turns around. Everybody make a perception.
21.
18.
Bochek? Was that 5?
4.
4. Gorple?
11.
Rovar?
18.
So, Bochek, you're just focused on this little goblin, making sure that he's doing everything he said he was gonna. Not you're not really paying attention to anything other than the goblin and your companion. Gorple, you're a little weirded out by this situation. Expecting this goblin to probably turn, considering that its brethren had just recently almost killed you in the other cavern. So you're just kind of like, Bochek's watching the goblin, you're watching the goblin. But Drovar and Basha, you can hear just faintly over the sound of rushing water, which is starting to get a little lower the further you make your way in. You can hear voices. You can't make out what they're saying, but every now and then you hear a ugh, and then you hear more voices, and then you hear and this kind of continues almost like a pattern. Little goblin turns around Bochek and he goes, small boss and brothers in pincushion in room.
I translate that to the rest of the group. Okay, so how do we want...
Pincushion?
Pincushion is little human man that we're supposed to save.
Why are they calling him?
They hurting him.
I can hear. I guess.
All right. Can you tell me, how do you say in Goblin, on your knees, fuckers? Well, because I'm going to say that when I brandish the head. little faster than translating it.
I would like to give him how to say that. It is something similar to.
All right, Grovar, I'd like for you to make an intelligence check for me, and this is going to see how well you pick that up from Bojack.
9.
Okay. All right. So you're all at the entrance. You're maybe about 10 or 15 feet away from the entrance. You still have the torch on. Is there anything you'd like to do to prepare before you actually enter the?
No?
I would like to pick up our little goblin buddy and put him on my shoulder as sort of a, hey, this is where you can yell to see which goblins want to take your side.
Should I make
Make-
flash? Sorry.
Bojack, make a persuasion check for the guy.
That is going to be a 3.
Kind of looks at you. He goes, "No. Rackhead better on ground. Can help better."
Okay, if you say so.
Remember how I make big flashy entrance before? You want me to make all of us have big flashy entrance? Because I can do.
Sure.
I mean,
Okay.
Just
do
wait.
you,
I'm gonna kick open the door and walk in with the head if you put some flashbang behind me
Yes.
as I yell out that.
do you want me to take a aim on whatever their bigger or smaller goblin boss is, just in
If
case?
there's one who looks like a little boss or shorter boss, he's probably gonna have the best gear. I just drop him fast.
Noted, and I'll draw my arrow across my skin.
Okay.
There's not enough room on the payroll for all of them. I
Right.
gotta make choices here.
So slowly start to make your way in. I need everybody to make a stealth check for me. I'm going to roll for Shug and Goblin Al. Basha, what'd you get?
20.
Bojack?
14.
Corporal?
11.
Rovar?
9.
Old Goblin friend? 24. Shug? Shug, even at disadvantage, gets a 14. So you all start to make your way in. You douse the torch? You make your way towards the entrance, and you can see like a dim light. You all slowly start to make your way in, and get about 5 feet from the entrance, and immediately the voices stop. But by the time they realize, that something is happening, you're all in the room, and you can see this large cavern. This large cave is divided in half by a 10-foot high escarpment. A steep natural staircase leads from the lower portion to the upper edge. The air is hazy with the smoke of a cooking fire, pungent smell of poorly cured hides. What you also see is at the top of this escarpment is a goblin a little larger than the rest, wearing what looks like from this distance, possibly like plate armor, holding 2 large swords. You can see a huddled figure at his feet. The back is facing you, and you can't really see who it is. And then on the bottom, there are a number. There's about 5 or 6 goblins. Very quick view, who just turn around and look. Rovar, you rush in, seeing that you're already noticed, and you hold it up, and you say what Bojack says, and Bojack you hear, "I love your goat long time." And all of the goblins look super confused. Your goblin ally just like,
I also, when he did that too, I'm gonna cast prestidigitation because I think he's saying the right thing,
yeah,
and it's like this electric blue sparks just kind of fly up around him as he says this.
yeah, super intimidating, like, you know, and you actually like his voice is echoing, but they all look super confused, and the goblin in front, um, just looks, and again, Bocek, you're the only one who understands this. It says like, "Let's go," and that's where we're gonna take our break.
Nice.
Yes.
All right, so wow, this has been interesting so far.
This is what happens when two barbarians start making the plans.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, very quickly, I want to say welcome to all of the new viewers who popped in here from the various raids, and the support that we're getting through this amazing. Like, thank you so much. We are going to take a quick break. I want to make sure that my players get some time to stretch and take bathroom breaks and things like that. I will be acknowledging all of the support that we've gotten so far through the stream so far at the end of the stream. But I do want to say thank you so much for the raids, for the biddies, the cheers, everything. Like, I'm gonna get to all your names, I promise, at the end of the stream. But I want to make sure that we get to this break. We'll be back in about 20 minutes, 25 minutes, and we'll continue this whole this whole interesting scenario that's happening here. So please stick with us. We'll be back, and we'll see you when we get back. Thanks.
Thank you.
welcome back. We're back. So, yeah, interesting. So just a quick thing. Thanks to my lovely, beautiful wife, my personal mod, Mom Shady, who pointed out that we are using the D&D Beyond extension so you can see our players, but I had the players up from my other campaign up rather than these folks. So I want to apologize to my players and apologize to all of you for that. I have fixed that. If it's not fixed on your screen, you probably just have to just kind of refresh, and it should be all set. You'll actually see these players and not the players for tomorrow's campaign. But I wanted to apologize for that. It should be all set. But yeah, all right. So back, you all enter this cavern. From everyone's perspective except for Bocek and your new goblin ally, everything seems to be happening and working exactly as planned. You do see the little goblin kind of look up strangely at Drovar. The other goblins seem very like ready and tense, but kind of not doing anything. And Bocek, you're a little confused, like you're with the other goblin that said what go. You're looking, you're intensely looking. You don't see it go. You do see a number of like what look like very nasty and disgusting bedrolls off to the side. It looks like of some kind of animal. There is a fire pit going with what looks like just some kind of meat being burned over it, and the very armored larger goblin at the top of this escarpment with the kind of huddled body of someone. Go check.
When he say goat, he mean that he is greatest of all time. And he kill your old leader. He is now new leader.
Do you say this in common or do you say it in goblin?
Oh, I say it in goblin.
Make a persuasion check. Actually, make it with advantage because at this moment, while you're saying it, they're all kind of staring at Drovar, brandishing this head on the sword.
So my first roll was a 3, and then you said advantage, and now it's a 15.
Okay. So the goblins, that are immediately in front of you, they're all just they're still holding their weapons. They seem slightly. The larger goblin on the top, calls out to all of you, but he is speaking. I'm sorry. He's speaking common, and he calls out. He goes, "Kill Clark."
I killed him.
Looks down at you. Spits on the ground. Good. Clark need killing. Clark boss all goblins. Like he boss. I boss. You always push us around. Terrible. Terrible boss. Nothing. Feed wolves. Take from us. Keep bossing. You do good job. Up.
I've got one.
Kind of looks down and is like, "What you want?" Now,
I'm
big boss.
I dropped the head on the table. It's like, I killed him. I'm the boss now. We're here. And I point to the cowering figure. It's like, who's that? I hear you got a pincushion. We're here for him.
He looks down at the figure at his feet. He goes,
Yes. My pincushion. My plaything. Want him?
It's not a question of me asking. I'm telling you.
When he says that, I release the arrow that I've been aiming at the boss.
At the boss?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
roll for attack.
Like-
Yeah, when he goes, I'm telling, I just release.
Okay, roll for attack.
Oh, it's so bad. I rolled so badly. So AC 9.
AC 9. Okay, yeah. So you shoot him, and you watch as your arrow hits his armor and just cracks and shatters off of the metal armor. You can hear the ting as it hits it. He looks down, he goes,
Fine. I kill you now, fake boss. Become best boss of cavern.
and he kicks
Again.
he kicks the body at his feet off the escarpment. And you hear, and it hits and the body hits the ground. You hear, I need everybody to roll initiative.
Well, sure.
I was hoping to use Tensor's floating disc to catch him. That's not gonna happen now. Anyway, it still would have hurt. Ooh, I rolled well though.
Oh, natural one. Oh, dang it. I'm too stunned. I'm
17.
having my,
Hold-
I'm
hold-
having my God moment.
Hold on to those numbers. Hold on.
Oh, sure. That goblin's going down.
Alrighty, so let me just... Okay, so the goblin boss up here kicks the body off. And this is your little goblin ally right here. I put a little red marker around him so you know you can tell him apart from the other goblins if that means anything to you. Now, should he? So Gorple, what'd you get?
14.
Rovar?
2.
Pasha?
17.
Wojciech?
6.
Shug gets a... So, with all of that, let's get this party started. All right, so, Basha, you are at the top of the initiative. What would you like to do? You are behind
Yeah.
Wojciech.
How far? I'm really far. I was gonna say, how far am I from our goblin friend way up high?
Yeah, he's
Big guy. Is he 120 feet away? Let's say that.
Oh, he's definitely within there.
So Basha reaches to her side and pulls out the spell book that she's always carrying on her, and as she like opens the book, even her eyes seem to kind of glow unnaturally, and the book's pages kind of flutter in a weird way, and you just kind of hear her being like, that was the wrong choice. And yeah, she basically, I'm using Arcane Recovery, which I can do after a short rest to regain a spell slot, so that I can cast Jim's Magic Missile, and I'm going to aim all 3 shots at the guy up top.
Okay.
Since it is Jim's Magic Missile, I'm going to roll them all as attack rolls. Let's see if I hit all 3. Hang
Sure.
on. Please crit on 1. Please crit on 1. Yes, I crit on 1! Okay. All right, so crit on 1. I think I miss on 1 because it's a 9. That just misses.
That
okay.
misses, yeah.
I'm not even going to roll for that one. And then the other one is a 21.
That hits. Yeah.
Okay. So now, 2 of them hit, one of them with 5d4 force damage. So let me roll that. That's the crit. Give me a second.
Yeah, I just looked that spell up. That's
Isn't it nice? I know. It's so fancy. I like Acquisition Zinc stuff. That's fun. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So that's 15 force damage on the crit roll.
Okay.
And then on the normal one, he's just going to take 2d4, and that is 5 force damage.
All right. So,
As she just shoots them into him.
Okay, so you cast the magic missile. You watch as the darts leave your hand, one shooting into the wall, and just like a small explosion on that wall. The goblin, the larger goblin, just kind of like shields his eyes from all the rocks just that are just kind of spraying all over his body, and doesn't see the 2 other darts speeding towards him. The first one hitting him square in the chest and ripping through the metal of the chest plate, and the other one smacking him in the head, and with his hand blocking it's almost comical as it looks like his hand, like he smacks himself in the forehead. But then you watch as his hand smacks into the head, and this large jutting piece of metal just comes out of this other side of his hand. Seemingly the dart jammed the hand onto some sharp horn piece on his helmet, and he starts screaming, pulls his hand off of this horn, looks down, and is just a bloody metal mess, still standing, but barely, just kind of like, kill them! Kill them! I'm the real boss! Kill them! And yeah, so that's your turn, Basha. That's a good turn. You have movement, if you want to use it.
As the wizard, I will politely decline that movement until other of my party have moved forward. But I would like to just be like, I have more where that came from!
Okay. All right. So next up is Shug. Shug goes, well, here we go again. Excuse me, and just kind of like moves past Gorple, moves past Drovar, and moves up to this one goblin. And he is going to just pull out his mace and just go for an attack. Unfortunately, he rolled a 6, and so with that, he kind of runs up to this goblin. The goblin goes, ah! And he just kind of comes down with the mace, and the goblin just dodges out of the way very, very quickly. He kind of pulls back, he's like, and just starts growling at the goblin that how dare that goblin dodge his attack. All right. So next up is going to be Gorple.
All right, I will readjust my aim now that there's a nice hole made by Basha, and apply that arrow once again.
Okay. I will say you'll probably have to move up about 10 feet just to get past everybody.
Yeah. Move me at 10 feet up.
right here. And now you can actually make.
That's a. I rolled a 2 on the first one, but now it's a 19, so that's a 26 to hit.
That hits.
He is my favorite foe.
Okay.
Ugh, 6 damage.
All right. As you release this arrow, just looking at the hole that Basha made in armor, just expertly aim your arrow. It goes right into that hole, and you just watch as this larger goblin just looks down, and grabs the arrow, yanks it out of his stomach, and he just looks up. He goes, in common, he goes, "But I'm the boss now," and then just falls over.
And I will continue my movement. Can you put me? I have 15 left. Put me right behind Shug.
Right there.
No, behind Shug.
Okay.
Yeah, fuck that. I'm not. No, like directly behind him.
Oh, okay. Yeah. No worries. No worries. Okay.
I got almost killed once. I'm good.
Okay. It would have been the goblin boss's turn, but he's dead. Check. It's your turn.
I am going to very casually, just walk over to the person we're trying to save, not even paying attention to the other goblins, very much trying to give off the air of, listen, you all know who's in charge, and just pick up the guy we're trying to save.
Okay. Two goblins will take attack of opportunities on you. The first.
I will.
Go ahead.
All right. I'll take those attacks.
Okay. So the first one. Eight. That is a 19 to hit.
That hits.
Take 6 slashing damage. And next hit. Natural 1. So does not hit you. In fact,
All right.
swings so hard to try to get you. He completely misses. His momentum goes off, and he slashes himself in the leg. Jesus. For 8 slashing damage, severing an artery in his own leg, and dying.
Gotta love those natural.
All right. So for the one that does hit me, I would like to use a reaction to use Stone's Endurance.
Mm-hmm.
So how much damage did he do?
That one he did 8 slashing damage.
All right, so I'm resistant to 10 of that, so he did no damage. So he slashes at me and it does nothing. And I just look at him as his sword hits me, and I yell in his face, in Goblinoid, Drovar is boss.
Okay. Yeah, so as you pass by, the goblin slashes you in the leg. Oddly enough, the rest of you actually see a spark as the sword hits his leg and just sparks off his leg. It's really, really odd. And then you watch him just turn around and just yell at this goblin in Goblinoid. Make an intimidation check for me. We'll check.
That is going to be a 13 only.
Yeah, he looks down at his sword and he looks up at you. All right, so that's your turn. So yeah, Bocek, you're about 10 feet. You're still 10 feet away from the body, but you're close up. Still can't make out who it is quite yet. It is now the goblin's turn. So the first thing that happens, your goblin ally runs up to this goblin, and he is going to swing, all the while screaming, "Money's mine! Money's mine! Job is mine!" It's going to. Yeah, he takes a swing. The goblin that he runs up on looks very, very confused, but dodges out of the way as he swings at him with the sword, completely missing him. Next one. All right, so that one wants no part of Bocek, so he's going to try and make an attack on Shug. So he's takes a swing on Shug. He's so scared of Bocek screaming at him that he completely misses Shug and hits the side of the wall with his sword, kind of like trying to yank it out of the wall. Kind of yanks it out of the wall, completely missing. However, the other one that just ran up on Shug will try to hit him. So 15. He hits Shug, and Shug just lifts up his shield and takes the brunt of the attack on his shield, getting no damage. And Shug just kind of turns around and just looks at him, just kind of almost tries to knock him back with the shield, but it kind of moves out of the way. The other goblin is going to take an attack on Gorple. That's going to be a 14.
That will miss. Correct.
Yeah, he swings at you, and again, you're just so dexterous. You just kind of dodge out of the way, seeing the swing come. And then the other one, who just ran up, was going to attack Warple, but then saw Drovar in the corner. Will try to make an attack on. Because I don't believe that hits. That is a 12.
That is a miss.
Yeah, so he swings at you, and Drovar, you just kind of see it coming. You actually put your axe up in front of you and just actually block the hit with your axe, kind of knocking it aside. Just upset that you're. I mean, what you yelled should have worked. I mean, you said it perfectly, exactly the way Bocek told you.
This is coming up in your quarterly review, boy.
And then the one that your goblin ally attempted to attack will confusedly make an attack on the one that's attacking him. And completely misses as your goblin ally swings out of the way and goes, "No, money is mine! Money is mine!" And again, you all don't understand him. Bocek is the only one that really. But you do hear him screaming and you see him attacking his allies, well, his former ally. All right, Drovar, it is now your turn.
All right, well, I've got a guy who just walked right up to put his face in my axe, so I'm going to oblige him. An 11.
11 unfortunately misses. So as you swing, you're still getting used to this cavern, and unfortunately, as it ducks out of the way, you catch the end of your axe on the side of the wall, and it unfortunately kind of unfortunately makes you miss this. But you'll actually check it. You'll write it for the next attack. You can take movement if you want, or you can stay where you're at.
No, no, this is good. Anything that starts, trying to get to the wizard, I'm there. So I'm kind of watching the back here, make sure people don't get flanked.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. So, the end of the round, the individual on the ground will make a saving throw. Ooh, the natural 1. He fails 2 death saving
no.
throws.
Ooh.
Okay. So we are at the top of the round, and we're up to Basha. Basha, what would you like to do?
I can't reach him. It's fine. Which of the gobos right around our area have been injured? Because I want to hit one of them.
Only one. Actually, at this point, none of them have taken any injuries.
Yeah. Let's change that. I'm gonna firebolt the one that's trying to attack Drovar. Like,
Go for it.
How dare you attack Drovar? Even though I don't know if they speak common. I'm gonna go for it anyway.
It's all right. I appreciate it.
24.
24 hits.
Great. That is a 4 fire damage. Not great, but at least I hit somebody.
Oh yeah, so you cast a firebolt. Watch as it hits. It actually starts to set the armor slightly on fire, and you can watch the smoke actually, and you can see it, and just starts patting itself, completely afraid that it's going to catch fire.
And I'm gonna just shout out to Bocek, just like, Bocek, give him potion.
Okay. Turn.
You have
I
one?
don't think he's got
no.
one.
Shit. Okay.
All right, it is now Shug's turn. Shug, frustrated with this attack not landing, is going to. Yeah, he's casting Guiding Bolt on the one in front of him, which lands. Yeah, you watch as Shug, just frustrated that his mace didn't work. You just watch as he quickly holsters his mace, holds his hand out, and this greenish, bright light emanates from his hand, and just leaves his hand, hits the goblin, and just where once there stood a goblin, now only stands 2 feet, a large wet mess, and a sword. And Shug kind of nods, yep, that's the way it should happen the first time. And hearing Basha saying, feed him the healing potion, is going to run over to the body, and as a bonus action, he's going to hand the potion to Bocek, because he can't actually feed the potion to. He's like, Bocek, here, and he throws the healing potion to you, Bocek. You're right next to him, so it's easily caught. I said, no, give it to him, He points down to the body, turns around, and kind of gets ready to protect both Bocek and this individual on the ground from attack that way. Warple, it is now your turn. Oh wait, actually, before that happens, he ran by that one goblin, and they are going to take an attack of opportunity. Wouldn't slow him down. God, not using this die anymore. So that was a natural 1. He swings. These are the worst goblins that any of you have probably encountered. As not only does he swing at Shug, he misses, and he puts so much power into it, overswings, and slices like the top of his foot in the ankle. And you just watch as he starts bleeding, and he starts screaming and hopping on one foot, and then just falls over. Like attacking themselves, I roll really well, but trying to attack you guys, I roll natural 1s, which is just okay. Anyway,
They've killed more of themselves than we have.
which is insane, but is happening. And you are all just kind of, okay, this is a thing that's happening. Now it is Gorple's turn. Gorple.
All right, with this goblin right in front of me, I draw back my arrow and point blank shoot him, hopefully in the face.
That'll be a disadvantage because you are in melee.
All right, that natural 1.
Oh, Gorple, as you pull back on the string, it's so close to this goblin, and it's just kind of like moving so close to you. You overcompensate, pull the bowstring back, and the string snaps.
Ah.
You do because of the how the tension of the string. When it snaps, you take 1 point of damage from the snap.
That checks out. So during that, I drop my bow and draw my short sword.
Okay. Draw your short sword.
Yep, and that's all of I can do.
Okay. All right, Bocek, it is now your turn.
All right, so for the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to pour a potion into our injured friend's mouth.
So you move 5 feet to him, turn him over, see that this is absolutely Sildar Hallwinter. Looks like he's not breathing very well. It's kind of raspy voice. You open his mouth, start pouring the healing potion. You watch as he starts to gulp it down, and slowly his eyes start to open. Breathing starts to get a little easier, a little less ragged. Kind of looks up at you, goes, "Oh, why hello there, old boy. Fancy meeting you in a place like this. What's happening?"
Don't worry, we taking over Goblin Clan, and by that I mean there'll probably be one goblin left to work for us. And I would like to spend the rest of my movement to give our little goblin buddy that agreed to work for us flanking on the goblin that he's fighting.
Yeah, easy enough. You kind of get on the stairs that are kind of behind him. And as you run up, it's like, doom, doom, doom. Yeah, you kind of hold your arms up, and the goblin that you run behind just kind of looks up and like, ah! All right. So now it is the goblin. So your goblin ally, seeing you behind him, Bocek, kind of gives you a very quick thumbs up and goes, "Yeah, money's mine!" and swings for this other swings for the goblin. Oh yeah, hits him with an 18. 18. Hits him for 7 slashing damage, and just skewers him in the stomach. And as the goblin is his former goblin ally is dying, Bocek, you just see this little scene play out in front of you, where the goblin with the sword in his stomach is like, "But why? But why?" And the other one says, "Money's mine. Money's Rockhead's. I got all the money. The job is mine." And then it drops dead. Your goblin ally seems very pleased with himself. Run up on this goblin and get ready to stab that one. Seems like you all made quite an impression on this goblin, because he is definitely willing to kill his former friends. The other one up on Gorple is going to attack on Gorple. That misses with a 7. Seeing you fumble around with put your bow away and take out your short sword, it's kind of rattled him a little bit. He goes to swing and you just dodge out of the way, Gorple. The other one is going to take an attack on Drovar and hits with a dirty 20. And that is going to be 3 slashing damage.
Okay.
At their turn. Rovar, is now your turn.
Okay, so is there any place I can move to get advantage on one of these two goblins, or am I already in that position? How are we?
You would have to be flanking with an ally. Unfortunately,
I could move up.
yeah. You could actually move over here. Yeah. You could move over here and do that.
I would say also, John, you are a barbarian. You can just get reckless.
I don't think I'm high enough.
Second level, baby.
Yeah, that's a level 2 ability.
Why is it not here on sheet? This is confusing. Bonus.
Well, you have it. So, I mean,
okay.
So you can move or stay where you want and use reckless.
So go on reckless. That'll give
you advantage.
I didn't think I had that ability yet. So, and I'm not raging. Yeah. Do I have to be raging for reckless?
No. You can use reckless anytime.
Okay. Okay. Well, I'm just gonna go all reckless then, and one of these, the guy to the south is wounded, and the other one is not at this time.
This one.
Yeah. He got a firebolt.
Yeah, he got firebolted. This one hasn't been hit yet.
Okay, I'll go for the firebolted one. Let's just start lowering the odds here. Okay.
So you're gonna do this reckless?
Yeah, advantage on that guy. A 24.
That definitely is.
And 13 damage.
Without a problem, you just slice the head off of this. As it's trying to put itself out, all of a sudden the head just topples off of its. All right. Good rounds. All right, next up is Basha, top of the round.
I firebolt the last goblin.
Okay, go for it.
17.
17 absolutely hits.
That is not D10. This is a D10. I hit him for 2 fire damage. 2 fire damage.
Okay. Yeah, so you hit him. Much like the other goblin starts, it just keeps putting himself out. You can see kind of like smoke kind of rising from his singed armor. Still up.
Can I make it past him without provoking if I go through? I think that's Shug's space. No, who is that?
This is
on the left. Can I go through Warple space without triggering an attack of opportunity, or will I trigger it if I do? No, I would, because there's only one spot there. No, I know. I'd probably trigger it. That's fine. I'll stay where I am.
All right. So, next up, Shug. Shug is going to. Let's see. Seeing that it's Sildar, he's going to cast Cure Wounds on Sildar. Oh, how much healing did the healing potion do, Bocek? It's 2d4 plus 2.
What, 9.
Okay, yeah, so with Shug casting Cure Wounds on Sildar, that brings him up to full. He's also going to use his action, his bonus action, to basically kind of like help him up. All right, stay behind me. Just wait till we clean this up. Don't move from here. So the guy said, no problem. All right, Gorple, it is now your turn.
With my offhand, I draw my other machete and I will stab this goblin twice.
Okay, and you have advantage because you are flanked with Drakar.
I crit him with the first one.
Nice.
Oh, max damage, 15.
15? Yeah, without you just stab him right through the chest, and then just continue stabbing, and stabbing and stabbing.
Yeah. I just ride this goblin down to the ground.
He's
Not
like,
hard to do. You neither of you are very high above the ground, so.
yeah, and as you do that, you see all of a sudden you see another sword now doing the same thing to its head, and you watch as the other goblin, your new goblin ally, is helping you stab him. He's completely dead, but he's just continuing to stab him, and he just kind of looks at you and nods like,
For a moment, my offhand goes to stab, and I'm like, no, all right, fine.
So he is dead, and unless there are any other attacks you as a group would like to make, seems at the times for the time being that you are out of immediate.
Basha takes a deep breath and closes her spellbook.
So, well, I'll take a moment, look at all of the bodies on the ground. Your new goblin ally is moving from goblin body to goblin body, stabbing them in the head. Although they're not moving, just continues to do that. Looking at Bocek while he does it. It's kind of creepy. Like, he's not even looking at what he's doing, he's just kind of looking at Bocek. Good, yeah, good. Rockhead do good?
Yeah, he's got to admire his enthusiasm, I suppose. But Bocek, did you say we'd pay him for everyone we killed or something? What's he doing?
I told him I'd pay him for everyone that joined you, but I offered him job for everyone he killed. I need Drovar help with this because, as far as he understands, and as far as Bocek understand, you killed the leader. That makes you boss of whichever one willing to follow. Is Drovar willing to help Bocek with potential job opportunity for future?
Well, I'll be honest, I'm not entirely sure what we're doing. We can take a little someone this enthusiastic with the stabbing with us, but
I don't want him with us.
Well,
Bocek want to. Do you remember bar that we all get hired at?
You want to send him back to your bar?
Yes, Bocek thinking maybe along travels we find exceptional monsters. Not everyone we fight, but exceptional ones that are willing to listen to people like us, and we send them back to boss. And maybe when adventure over, we see which ones listen, which ones not. I send them with a little bit of money with promise of more. Is that okay with everyone else? Bocek no do it if not okay with you guys.
My worry comes is how are they gonna, if they see a goblin coming in Neverwinter, they're just gonna kill it. You should probably send it through the sewers.
That's more the goblin's problem. But I will say,
I mean, yes. Go ahead.
I'm not. He looks over at Shug. It's like, I'm certainly one to give folks a second chance. So he's done. And it's not helping him get there, but maybe that'll help.
Say sewers may not be smartest plan for him to travel through right now, because right now entire Wizards College out looking for werewolves in sewers, or were-rats.
That was nearly a week ago.
I mean, that's fair. Yeah, they probably found them by now if they're going to find them.
Well, listen, if kobolds can... not kobolds in trench coat can buy way into city. Wink, wink. If Bocek give a little bit of Bocek money to Goblin, Goblin buy his way into the city, and Goblin decide he could either spend money Bocek give him, continue being bandit and get killed by more adventurers, or he could take money Bocek give him and become big, and I say this loud enough so the goblin can hear it. Big, tough boss man in big city.
God, the whole time the goblin is just kind of like, as you're talking to each other, is just kind of going from person to person to whoever's talking. Um, you don't get the impression he understands anything you're saying, but he seems very attentive.
Well, I say, well, you can roll, let him roll the dice. Essentially, let fate decide. I'm not gonna raise a weapon to him. He did help us out. Not liking the grin on his face as he was stabbing his friends, so he's not staying with us for sure. But hey, if you think three kobolds in a coat would have him there, I'll throw gold in it to see if it happens.
My question is if people are willing to make this little side project while we continue on adventure, send maybe each adventure one monster back, and when we return, see how many work for Boss Man.
That could be funny. I would laugh.
One last question: will Boss Man have any idea why a goblin just shows up at his door, assuming he lives to make it to the door?
Send a note. I write. I write notes right now.
You write note, Bocek sign with smiley face. Boss Man know what it mean.
Can't wait to see how this works out. All right, yeah.
Okay, so each adventure we finish, we send one monster back to Boss Man.
Okay.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Let's not reserve. It's like we're looking for. It's like, are you going to be the lucky one? Are you going to be the lucky one? Who's no? It's like if we find a suitable candidate that we think might. You get one try, but that doesn't mean every single time we go out we're looking for the lucky one. All right.
Oh no, I trust you guys. If you guys say every monster we meet is fucking garbage, Bocek just choke it out like small baby.
Okay. Wait.
That's a strange choice.
Moving on. Let's.
Yes, Bocek choke small baby cow. That's how you get veal.
Oh, right.
All right.
Let's check these bodies here. Let's check that boss up there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, let's search his room and see how Sildar's doing.
Well, he's healed up.
I'm gonna go up to Sildar and be like, Sildar, are you all right?
So this whole conversation, Sildar has just been quietly like listening to, and he's just like stroking his beard. And now you take a good look at him, and he is completely disheveled. He is not wearing any of his armor. It seems like his clothes are in tatters. There are now, thankfully, because of the healing potion and healing from Shug, there are some wounds that are absolutely closed up, but you can see on his face, around his neck, around his arm. There is, like, on his clothes, blood from the cuts that he and beatings that he sustained. But he's just kind of standing there, and even with all the dirt on his face and everything, he's just standing there with a very confused look on his face, just stroking his goatee, and he's just, well, that was the most interesting conversation I've heard in a long. And he points to the goblin, and he's like, so we're not doing anything. You're sending this back to Neverwinter.
We're going to try. Social experiment.
He is.
Yes, Bocek is.
Well, good luck with that.
Yeah.
It's good to see you, Sildar. Where's Gundren?
Well, let me say, it's good to be seen. And I am so glad that I am alive enough for you all to see me. I had no idea if I was going to make it out alive. I'll be very honest. But thankfully, you all came and rescued me, as I knew someone would. I knew someone would rescue me. If I didn't actually make it out, I had a wonderful plan. It was in the works, almost coming to fruition. But thankfully, I didn't have to put it to any use, because you all came in and did such an excellent job here. Is it safe to talk around? And he points to the goblin again.
I don't think he speaks common to save his life.
Yeah, the whole time the goblin's like, So you can tell why Sildar's a little, trepidatious about speaking. Is like, um, yeah, well, let's you wouldn't happen by any chance to have seen my armor, weapons around here, have you?
We
Basha?
did, right? Back at the yeah.
Yeah, Basha, you did see. You weren't sure what it was. It looked like it was probably clothes or armor. You thought maybe it was packaged up, but you did find some cave back
As
there.
a matter of fact, we did back in cave. I take you back there. Also, let me help you, Sildar, and I'm gonna cast Prestidigitation at him to help clean him up a little.
As you do, he kind of like looks down at himself and he goes, "Well, that's wonderful. You and I are going to be very, very good friends. I already know this. I can feel it in my bones."
Oh, of course, I can too, Sildar. I can too.
Well, go. Let's go get me appropriately, shall we?
Quickly search the boss in the room while he's fussing.
Okay.
I'll
Yeah,
distract him. It's fine. I'll do my distracting
no
feminine wiles thing with him and just be like simpering and like, yes, oh, it was such a good idea that you had to try and get out, like, that kind of thing.
Oh yeah, and he's eating it up. He's like, "Yes, well, obviously, I was going to turn them against each other, and it was just a very intricate plan. The boss goblin there kind of points up to the escarpment. He's like, really, really stupid, really stupid. I had him eating out of my hand."
I could see that when we got here.
So you continue along with him like
Yeah.
that. Gorp will make an investigation check for me.
17.
17. So you're looking through everything. The other goblins, the 6 goblins that you fought down below, it's just an array of their unfortunately crappy weapons. So you do have like six really shitty swords, and 2 of them have bows, which they never got to use. You make your way up to the boss goblin, and you start going. And the first interesting thing you find is, as you're looking at all of like the metal armor that he's wearing, and he's wearing like these intricate like spikes on the back and everything, and you're looking at it, and you're asking yourself, why does this armor look strangely familiar? And as you're looking at it, you realize that it's cobbled pots and pans, like put together, and just making like this like ramshackle type of like plate armor. The actual helmet itself is this large pot that has been pierced with like these sharp spikes of metal to kind of like give it like a more imposing, look to it. But it's all just like really just shittily cobbled pots and pans. You do notice that he does have a pouch on the belt. You pull it off, you open it up, and you find 15 silver pieces, and 3 gold teeth.
Do his weapons look of any value? Because you said they were a little bit bigger and like
They were larger. They're just a little bit larger than the others, but just as crappily made. Again, all of these weapons absolutely usable, but not well maintained by any means. Over time, they will just rust.
and just see if there's anything in this back area that like was personal to the goblin chief, maybe a chest or anything.
No, you do see like a sleeping area. You see another area with just like this hide leather kind of bedroll and bones and other like refuse. Nothing else.
All right, I'll kind of hop back to the group. So it looks like neither of the people had keys to those chains. I didn't find anything on the boss. I found some teeth and some silver.
I turn to our little goblin buddy. Do you have keys to chains for little puppy wolf thingies downstairs?
Yeah. He kind of goes into his little pouch and he pulls out this very, very small ring with these really rusted iron keys. Yeah.
And I hand him to Gorple.
Okay. Do we want to release them And that while you guys talk to Sildar?
Let's make. Are there any others in here? Any others on a patrol a room that we missed?
Ask your friend.
Are there more goblins that we miss?
Ah. This many in big water room. And you kill Bugbear and Wolf.
I take out a copper piece. You get one extra for how many you bring back willing to follow you, because you now Drogar big boss, rest of us little boss, you boss under us. As many as you willing to make follow you, you get money for. You now semi-boss. I go with you to make sure you're safe. And I will let the rest of the party do the important plot stuff while I walk away with Little Goblin.
Yeah. So as you're walking away with him,
Where are you going?
He kind of he looks up at you, and he's like, "No, all dead. Just me now. Just me now."
More you bring, more money you get.
Money mine. Money all mine. My
Yes,
job.
you get extra money for extra soldiers. That's what makes you boss. Boss only get money if boss have soldiers.
Make
Otherwise you just like Bocek. You're not smart enough to be boss.
make a persuasion check.
I just
just
want to hug Bocek, but I'm
I
not
just
there.
feel like I
don't
got the
understand.
Forrest Gump
Yeah,
scene of
I'm
if
I
you're
know.
smart like me.
I'm hearing like a sad violin playing at that.
Oh,
What'd you get, Bocheck?
16?
16. He looks at you, and then he kind of looks down a little, looks into his pouch.
Okay.
Kind of walk off as you make your way over to where the are. Basha, you and Solar make your way over to the other cave. You show him all the goods. He immediately is very excited, not just because he gets his armor and his weapons back, but he realizes he's like, "Oh, so this is where all of those goods went to. We were wondering who was ambushing and taking all of these things. If we could, we should get these back to Findalen."
absolutely.
Excellent.
I can carry them out of here.
And look,
There's enough of us to get us out. We need to get it.
good. Excellent. And of course, I would be willing to help, but I'm just so weakened by my ordeal.
Oh, of course. Oh, you poor thing, you poor
Like,
man.
It just, but please, I mean, make no mistake. You get me back to Vindalen, there's 50 gold in it all for you.
Well, then I am going to create something so we can carry all of this down that well, and you as well. I'm assuming that none of this stuff, like all of this stuff and him, probably weigh less than 500 pounds, right?
Oh yeah.
Or does it?
Yeah.
Okay.
But he does say he does say no. You don't have to go down that garbage chute. We can just go around. I'll show you the way. I know. I remember exactly how it brought me in.
Oh, but okay.
So,
Well, let me do something. Get out my spell book and ruffle through the pages. Ruffle unnaturally by themselves, and my eyes glow a little. And I'm going to use my ability to, instead of ritually, I'm going to ritually cast Tensor's floating disc, but do it instantly because of my ability. And I'm going to make Tensor's floating disc so we can start loading stuff on it, including him, and then float with it.
okay. What's the dimensions of the disc again?
It is 3 feet by. Hold on. 3 feet in diameter, 1 inch thick, floats 3 feet above the ground, and it can hold up to 500 pounds. So it probably can't hold everything, but maybe we
Yeah.
can put like some of the stuff on there and Sildar, because I know he doesn't want to walk.
Oh,
you know.
as soon as you cast it, he just jumps on it. And he kind of sits at the edge. He goes, "Oh, this is comfy. Yeah, excellent, good job."
We have to put the things on it first, but then you can sit on them, ride them like throne. It
Oh.
will be lovely, like palanquin.
That
You like
sounds-
palanquins?
Oh, of course I do. Of course I do.
you do.
I've only used them once or twice, but I didn't want to. I didn't want to be too much. I don't want to be too much of my. So, yes, yes, obviously, yes. Just do what you can. So yeah, you can put some of the items, but you're still gonna need the rest of your party to kind of like carry the rest.
We'll start
call
carrying the
them.
rest. I look over at Corporal's like, is this worth 50 gold?
Don't you say that, it's 50 gold, I need it. I'm like poking him in the chest, like, I need it.
Well, that's 10.
I mean, his armor's worth like 1,000. We don't even need. I mean, anyway.
Are you saying this out loud? Are you saying this out loud?
It would just kind of like, I mean, hey, there's a lot of loud water in here, so
I'm making noise right next to Silda.
you can stage whisper the heck out of this.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. So easy enough. You're all able to grab some of these things. Shug is able to grab a lot of things and kind of. There are like large sacks and backpacks where you can actually start, shoving some of the stuff into to kind of carry it a little and then carry it. But it will take you some time to get back. In the meantime, Bochek, you and your goblin ally, who through talking with him, you realize his name is Rockhead. Is very willing to actually let you. When the wolves see him, immediately start, just start growling, and he goes, Rockhead, go wait out there, Rockhead, and he just runs out of the little cavern and just kind of like goes off to the. You are definitely able to unlock the collars, but there is still the unfortunate issue of the collars have grown somewhat over the skin has grown over some of the collars for all three of them. If I recall, there was kind of a talk about what to do in that. You weren't sure if you were going to release them as is or try to do with those collars.
Well, no one is here to convince me that there's a better idea, so I'm just going to open the collars and break off any chains that aren't directly connected to their skin. So if there's like chunks of chain that skin has grown over, I'm going to let the skin continue growing over that.
Okay.
Because I don't know better.
Okay. Easily enough, you're able to open up the locks. Because you open up the locks, the chains are not attached, no longer attached to the collars. So right now, the collars themselves are slightly open, but they're not falling off because some of it is actually attached to. But the wolves kind of like, as you do this and you release them, they sniff at you. Two of them just bolt. One of them goes up to you, Bochek, licks your hand, and then bolts off after the other two.
Rockseeker. A goblin named Gundren Rockseeker. I think that was your name?
You hear after a moment go, "They gone?"
Yes, Wolf's gone.
Kind of comes around the corner. And goes, okay, what? And name
Okay.
Rockhead.
Rockseeker.
Rockhead.
Okay, regardless. I am going to give you choice. I am not going to convince you one way or other. Bochek always get along. Goliath. Goliath's part giant.
Yeah, you
Always
big.
Always get along better with monster than people. Bochek half people, half monster. Always get along with monster better than people. So, Bochek, talk to you, monster to monster.
Okay.
I'm going to give you a bit of money. You decide what you want to do with it. Either you continue doing what you want to do and you end up like other fucking goblins. Or you take money. You go to Neverwinter. You spend money getting into Neverwinter and you find bar. It's called Black Wyvern's Breath. It's where Bochek work. You tell Boss Man, who is not 3 kobolds in trench coat, wink, wink, that you come from Bochek. And you make even more money if you go there. You pick. You either live life as fucking garbage goblin, get killed by adventurers, or you become a goblin hero working for secret bar organization. Do you want to be monster of legend or monster that no one remember?
Make a persuasion check with it.
Thank God I had advantage because it was a 2 and a 19.
Kind of looks at the ground. He looks out at the cavern entrance, which you can actually see from this small cavern. Kind of looks at you again. How much you give me to make trip?
I give you 50 copper. I give you... Fuck it, I give you the rest of copper I given.
Okay. I go work in secret bar with not kobolds in trench coat. Wink, wink. And not be garbage goblin.
You got it right, little man. Check believe in you, and I give him the rest of the copper I have.
Yeah, he
Aw.
takes it and he starts putting the money in his pouch. He kind of looks at you and he goes, "You very big. You very strange. Rockhead no forget you."
Is because Bochek have good friends. I have babysitter, I have number one party frog, and now I have better barbarian than Bochek. That man teach Bochek how to be stronger. You find teachers just like Bochek have.
Okay.
He kind of looks down for a minute, looks out at where the entrance of the cave is. He goes,
Goodbye, strange big man.
he starts walking towards the entrance. You see him leave.
It's just so beautiful.
The rest of you, over the next few hours, are able to grab and condense the rest of the contraband that you found in the cave, bring it to where you actually left your cart, and start to rearrange. You were able to get everything pretty much set in there. The whole time, Sildar has been floating on the disc with the goods.
He only gets an hour out of it.
Yeah. But he takes it. He takes it for as long as, oh, that was interesting. I feel very well rested. And then continues the rest of the way with all of you, not contributing any help, but is definitely has made himself comfortable on top of the goods in the back of the cart. Thanking all of you for such a fine job that you've done. And again, get me to Findalen safely, and I'll definitely make sure you all get 50 gold.
Well, do you know what happened to Gundren? You still haven't answered that. You've just been talking about yourself.
Oh yes, I'm so sorry. I was like, it was a very harrowing thing. I mean, obviously, you can't expect me to remember certain things. But I do feel well rested. But you are right, young frog, sir. Yes. There have been a couple of things that happened. They took Gundren elsewhere. That bugbear kept calling himself Cog or Clog or something or other. He had for some reason he had orders. I overheard the goblin speak. He had orders to actually get Gundren. I just happened to be. Right. I don't understand why that is, but if I understand correctly, the bugbear was told to actually ambush him. Just very strange. It kept saying something about a black spider or something. Again, goblins, they make little sense as it is if they speak common. I mean, in their tongue, I mean, it's the difficult tongue. I took it. It was an elective course, but I took it and I was able to learn a little bit of it. So I believe I got the gist. But if I'm correct, there is a reason why he was. And this whole time, this has all been like the trip going to Findalen on the Tribord Trail. He's giving you all this information.
Bochek found an empty map case under a scroll case under the one of your horses.
Right, Basha's got it, don't you?
Yes, I do.
Well, that's unfortunate because kind of right. I can actually tell you what was in that scroll case. It seems that the Rockseeker brothers have found the long-lost Wave Echo Cave. Now, not sure if you're familiar with it, but many hundreds of years ago, there was a mine called Fendelva's Pact. This was a mine that not only, I won't go into all the details, but needless to say, when it was lost, it was an unfortunate thing for the goodly races of Farron. Where you see many enchanted metals, many enchanted weapons, many enchanted armors came out of this mine for many years. But unfortunately, it was lost. No one knew exactly where it would be. It seems that the Rockseeker brothers have found the entrance. So, it's my hypothesis that this black spider, whoever this creature may be, found out about it and sent this bugbear to capture Gundren, get more detail. Now, in that scroll case, I believe held the map that Gundren was. He and I were supposed to rendezvous with his brothers to find out if this was in fact the lost cave entrance. Just confirm these things. You don't want to go in there all willy-nilly and, find out that this is not it. That's why we were keeping it so hush-hush.
Do you by chance remember where this entrance is, even without the map?
Oh, Gundren would not even tell me where it would be. All he would say is, I have the map. You're just going to have to follow my lead. This is exactly what I did. He's my best friend, after all.
Did you know where you were going to rendezvous with his brothers?
That, unfortunately, I did not know. Again, he was going to take me where they were. Apparently, they were at this lost entrance. We were going to see if this, in fact, was the actual.
Well, under Fandolin, I suppose.
Well,
See if we can get information from there.
I do have a contact in Fandolin that might be able to help us.
Oh, good.
That's good.
So, Jarno Albrecht. Haven't spoken with him in some time since he was stationed there, but he's definitely a point of contact, someone we should reach out to once we arrive.
All right. Hey, that. Oh, did you send that goblin off already?
Yes, he's gone, I think.
I was wondering if maybe he'd know where they took Gundren, or heard something. Just when you actually need a goblin around.
So you continue to make your way down the Tribor Trail.
You're
Sildar.
muted. I'll check.
Sorry?
Bochek? We didn't hear you, Bochek.
Yeah, I don't think we heard you.
No, you're muted, Bochek.
We still can't hear you. The mic's not picking you up.
He no here. Bochek sent him away already.
Yeah. Well.
Onwards and upwards, right?
Yeah. All right, so finished loading up the wagon.
Yeah, you finish loading up the wagon. Sildar is actually giving you a lot of this information as you travel, and you are all making your way to the mining town of Fandolin. Unaware of exactly where Gundren Rockseeker. However, you do have now a little bit more information to go on. Hopefully, in reaching the mining town of Fandolin, we'll actually gain a little more information. They find out whereabouts of Gundren. That is where.
Awesome.
Good game,
Thank you.
guys.
Great.
Good game.
That was
Thank
good.
you so much.
Very
That was
good.
great. That was amazing.
That was awesome.
Good night, everyone.
And remember, we love goat long time, right?
Long
wait.
time.
Yeah. So that happened. All right. So yeah, thank you guys. You guys were amazing. It's time to do some shout outs for folks who were absolutely showing the love to us tonight. Thank you so much to all these folks. Soldier of Ash, thank you for the raid and the host. We absolutely appreciate it. Ocellatus, thank you for the cheers and the follow. I mean, wow, thank you so much. Like, Ocelot has cheered us 1,000 bits, and said, "Party 1,000. I love your goat. Long time." Uh, so thank you so much for that. We really appreciate it. Tricky Nikki, thank you for following the channel. Two to your head too. Thank you so much for the raid and host. Just it means so much when it showed all of this love. Coyote Wildfire, as always. Oh my God, you and Laurie are always like amazing people. Um, for those who don't know, Coyote Wildfire and Laurie Rose are a couple who stream independently, but are amazing. Not only as a couple, but as streamers, and they're constantly showing love to all of their friends in the various communities. If you haven't followed them, please follow them. They are awesome. But Coyote, thank you so much. A couple of people actually followed in between streams. I definitely want to shout out them. Loch Ness, thank you for the follow. Hollow Jack, thank you very, very much. I see that you're actually in chat. So thanks for the follow and thanks for joining us today. Hope you had a good time.
Just a shout out to Hollow Jack. He was the best man at my wedding. So
Oh,
just
great. Awesome. Awesome.
old friend of mine.
Welcome, welcome. But yeah, Lucifer Whispers, thank you for the follow, and Sofa King, thank you again for the follow. Everyone, like every time you support us and you watch the stream, you just, I mean, and you show us so much love. It really means so much. Please, if you can, show love to all the folks here in their various endeavors. Julia plays Basha, and Gorpal, who's Jean. They have Unconventional Heroes. You probably saw during the break their things. Please follow their channel when you get the chance. They also do some amazing content, amazing campaigns. They're currently running a Curse of Strahd campaign. Please watch and join their stuff if you can. John also, he is an amazing artist and role player, and just please support all of the folks here. Matt, again, he does a Monster of the Week podcast, so if you get a chance, check that out as well. And Doc, unfortunately, was not able to be with us tonight, but if you get a chance, please follow Doc Family Games. He plays with his two sons, some old school video games. It's really cute and amazing. They usually do their stuff every Friday at 6, so please. Well, wow, there's just so much stuff. Again, for those who joined and who jumped into the stream, we have a bunch of sub goals. So if you get a chance, please check those out. For our Patreon patrons, if you support us on Patreon, when we hit 25, we're doing a community created NPC for our campaign on Thursdays. Twitch sub, for every 100 Twitch subs, we're going to do a giveaway of a 3D printed statue of the minis of one of our characters from our games. And if you get the chance, we are trying to get more subscribers to our YouTube. So if you get the chance, please subscribe if you can. You can catch up on anything you've missed if you've jumped in streams. So again, thank you so much. I mean, yeah, it's always amazing the community love that we get here. Never ceases to amaze me. So with that, we're going to end the stream this evening. Please be good to yourselves. Please be good to others. Please take care of others, and more importantly, don't forget to take care of yourself. That's one important thing. Super important. As we end the stream, we are going to raid a good friend and supporter. He's actually my son-in-law of the stream. He also plays on our D&D campaign on Thursdays tomorrow, Zero Saru. So we're gonna raid his stream. Please show him so much love. He totally deserves it. If it wasn't for him and his community, I probably wouldn't be streaming. So please, by all means, show that love one. So again, please be good. Take care of yourselves. Take care of others.
Good night.
Good night, everybody.
Bye.
Good night.